It is a very special night at the 2024 World Series of Poker. One of those nights that every poker fan stays up for. Phil Hellmuth chases history yet again, going for his 18th World Series of Poker bracelet. This is event 43. It's a $1,500 mixed PLO8 Omaha Hi-Lo Big O split. And yes, we'll get into all the details of those games in just a minute. But first and foremost, my name is Remco Rinkema, Donnie Peters in the booth as always, and Kevin Gerhardt, mixed game specialist and frequent commentator on our live streams, joining us for the duration of this final table. And of course, all eyes on Phil Hellmuth. He's in the middle of the pack. We know he knows his way around a final table, so tonight could be a truly epic one. $19K guaranteed for the final 8, $196,000 up top. But at this final table in particular, the payouts might not matter as much because Hellmuth is chasing history. If you told him there was $0 on the line, he would still play his heart out because all that he cares about is those World Series of Poker bracelets. It's June 18th. It's his mom's birthday. The Celtics won the 18th title. Can Hellmuth get his 18th bracelet? That's the question that we are trying to answer tonight, and we'll introduce the other players as we go along. But let's have some fun. Let us know in the chat if you are on Team Hellmuth. Kevin, thank you for coming back to the show. First and foremost, I want to know from you, this format, this game, what's your sort of read on Hellmuth's chances today to win number 18?
This game is very much based on live reads. I think we will see the white magic come out more so than in other formats of poker. There's so many different combination of cards that you can have with 4 or 5 cards. I think Hellmuth will read into people's souls, for lack of a better term, at this final table. I'm looking forward to it.
Phil Hellmuth there covering his head, wearing the headphones. He is taking a little nap here. Donnie, you got to get well rested at these final tables.
Micro naps.
Micro naps.
The micro naps.
Donnie, we've covered Hellmuth so many times, both at final tables and also in other situations, in cash games as well. What vibe have you been getting from Hellmuth here during WSOP this year so far?
To be honest, I haven't been getting much of a vibe because I feel like he hasn't been around all that often. I know he does have some cashes, some runs under his belt, but nothing quite like this here. He even took a couple days off to head up to, I believe, Montana for a family wedding. While he was gone, he must have heard that Phil Ivey won his 11th, decided to come back down and said, listen, man, this is my show, this is my house. I'm Mr. WSOP, so I'm going to make it happen.
All right, let's see if he can make it happen. The other players at the table deserve their own introductions as well. But Kevin, specifically Hubbard, the one player that you had an interesting note on today.
Yeah, I asked if I was okay to tell this story, and he said go for it. He wants the recognition. He's a very, very good PLO player and has a PGT title under his belt, is known to play a lot of the PLO at the PGT Tour. He wanted an hour of coaching on dinner break and how to play PLO 8 or Big O or Limit Omaha 8 or better in exchange for food. And obviously, you got to find that value, when you come across it. So,
did you get the ribeye?
No, we just had a little bit of appetizers from Alexa's, but he's, like I said, very well versed in PLO. Just the transition over, there's a few tips and tricks to learn how to play this game differently than say PLO high. So 1 hour of coaching, not to toot my own horn, first time playing PLO 8 at a final table, seems pretty strong.
I mean, I will toot your horn, and for those people listening at home, this is coaching hour. Kevin will run us through the hands. He'll give us some pointers on these games, and there's a look at Stefan Hubbard. He is one of our shorter stacks, but being short in these formats doesn't necessarily give you much room to panic, right?
No, not at all. You always have room to maneuver with these short stacks, plus the pots get split up so often that you can just pick up the extra blinds and ante, even just by chopping a pot. This hand that Steven is raising under the gun, double suited, ace, deuce, 5-8, could be a limp with 8 people left at the table to try and pull others into the pot with you because you have very good low equity, but the double suitedness is very good in Omaha formats for the high equity part of the hand.
Heads up to the flop here, 540 in the middle. If you look at the stack sizes, this one is extremely important for Hubbard. He needs to take this one down or at least claim half in order to give himself a chance to move up the standings.
Right, and this is the type of hand that you really want to limp under the gun to pull other players in because of how valuable your low equity is. If you find a high board just like this, you don't really have much reason to continue in the hand. So we see it go check, 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 and then the ace high straight is going to lead out on the river and get a snap fold from 3 aces, which is just, I mean, very well played. Like I said, you could go with limp or raise. The double suitedness of your hand really increases your high equity, where ace deuce 5-8 is a much better low hand than average at these tables.
All right, so Hubbard in a world of trouble, a little over 1 bet left here. We're playing 3 games. Give us the briefest of rundowns for those that only play Texas Hold'em.
So in any of these games, you want some sort of ace in your hand. The ace is so powerful in this game because it plays high and low, and it can make the nuts in both directions, right? It can make ace high straights, ace high flushes. It can make ace deuce, which is the nut low a vast majority of the time. Ace 3 is a very powerful low as well if someone doesn't have ace deuce. If you get 4 cards, your likelihood of having ace deuce in your hand is just over 5%. If you get 5 cards, the likelihood of having ace deuce in your hand is over 10%. So if you have 8 people at the table playing Big O, which is a 5-card variant, the odds of someone having ace deuce with 3 other cards in their hand is 80%. So you want to be the one playing these type of hands. Things that make hands very powerful in this game, on top of having ace deuce hands, are hands like ace king queen to have the high equity, or having flush draws. Because a lot of the times, if 2 people have ace deuce, it comes down to who can make the straight or the flush or the pair of kings that go along with your ace deuce to take 3/4 of the pot instead of just half of the pot.
Yeah, the name of the game is scooping. You want to give yourself a chance to win both sides. We watched or for those that watched the bomb pot event last night, that also came into play. You want to find hands that have the potential to win you the entire thing. That, of course, is ultimately how you're going to win this tournament. As far as switching it up between games, do you feel as though, from having played formats like this in the past, players might have different styles depending on the game?
There's definitely more action in Big O because the extra card and the extra percentage of waking up with ace deuce in your hand is so much more than having just 4 cards. So I expect to see a lot more action in Big O than any of the other games.
Hellmuth here, raising it up with the ace queen, jack 6. So as you can see, ace 6 plays for both high and low. Ace queen jack with, of course, the 2 suits, giving him lots of combinations and options.
Right, this is a good hand. If you don't have an ace deuce combination, this is definitely a hand you're looking to play because it is double suited and you have the high equity with the ace queen jack. Hubbard thinking here with ace jack 10-8. I don't hate going all in at this point, being so short stacked.
All right, Stefan Hubbard here, all in and at risk, and you can see the
ace ace
percentages
deuce
on
3
screen.
versus ace ace king king. I have all 8 cards. He's drawing dead. Yeah,
Hubbard.
I have ace ace king king queen queen, and he has deuce deuce 7 7 3. Yeah, I got him at putting it in dead.
Can Hubbard please double up? We need this guy.
Like I said, I just met this guy a couple of days ago, but I'm loving his antics so far.
Yeah, Hubbard needing to
this guy for opening the
survive here. Clubs, of course, worst case scenario for him. Does have a lot of straight potential with those middling cards, but first and foremost, he's trying to avoid clubs here. 8 deuce 3 rainbow comes off the deck here.
Are you serious? I don't know if I
Okay, so Hellmuth has the low now, and Hubbard has the high with a pair of 8s, but Hellmuth's hand still in the lead equity-wise. 7 changes nothing.
Well, not yet.
Going to the river card here. It is the 10 of diamonds.
So 2 pair for Hubbard and the low for Hellmuth. Chop it up. And Hubbard just wins half of the ante that he put in the pot right back.
See, this is why we invited Kevin, so that he can instantly declare who gets what, because my brain needs a second more to figure out where those chips are going.
Yes.
By the way, if you're with us in the chat on PokerGo and on YouTube, please let us know where you're watching from. I
Man,
want to
I feel
establish
lucky right now.
who is here to watch Hellmuth win and who is here to watch him blow up. Those things not mutually exclusive. We can see both things happen at the same time. But it's going to be interesting once he wakes up from his micro nap, what his mood is at this final table. He's always got something to say whenever he gets into big hands, so we'll have to wait and see. Also, if you're happy to catch us on YouTube, smash that like button. Let's bring us to 1,000 likes. We are here all night until there's a winner, and hopefully Donnie will get to call some sort of legendary food choice that Hellmuth might bring to the table.
We've had some good pictures in the past. He knows how to eat a sandwich, that's for sure.
Well, I'm happy to report, Phil, whenever you watch this back, the majority of chat wants to see you win, but they also wouldn't mind a little blow up along the way.
I do watch quite a few video game Twitch streams, and the anti-sweaters in the Twitch community, we call them hate watchers. So any hate watchers out there for Hellmuth, I mean, I'm kind of hoping for a blow up of some caliber.
We're all hoping for a blow up. I mean, come on, that's part of the great stuff for
I
Hellmuth.
wonder if he needs a Red Bull. Can we get some cocktails to the featured table?
That might put him into AFib.
If I double
We better
up,
be
I'm
careful.
running around this table at least twice. Get
Juvancic
those cameras
and
ready.
Edengren going head to head here. Interesting how it showed 0% there for Edengren.
Well, that's his low.
Oh, the low.
equity.
Okay.
The low,
Yep.
yeah. That's a good point to bring up. So he has 45% of the high equity and 0% of the low equity, where we can see Juvancic has 55% of the high equity and 60% of the low equity with his 3-5 low draw, along with his ace queen. Edengren playing a hand you really shouldn't play, and if you do play it, you want to play it very passively unless you completely smash the board.
Yeah, that's interesting you mentioned the word passive. I feel as though for No Limit Hold'em players, there is almost a disdain for being passive, while in games like these, it is almost required to have that gear.
Yeah, you definitely have to switch it up and slow down based on what your hand is at any given moment, based on what the board texture is. You have to understand that your opponents are playing a lot of aces with some low cards, and you don't want to be playing middle pair no draw out of position for a lot of your stack.
Shout out to Wall Street Viking, the $5 donation. He's saying, I'm in the lobby playing Buffalo, but I'm still tuned in to watch the GOAT when he gets his 18th. I might walk over later. Yeah, this is live. We are coming at you from the Horseshoe. So if you are in Las Vegas and if you're a big Hellmuth fan, this is your chance to be part of history. It doesn't happen all too often that a superstar such as a Hellmuth Ivy Negreanu makes a big final table, and you can see the crowd in the background slowly starting to swell. And as the night goes on, if PH stays in the game, Donnie, we might be having a bit of a rowdy one here.
Oh yes, I would expect the rail to grow as he gets closer to number 18.
Hellmuth is saying, who's commentating, they're not going to like this fold. I love this fold. I think this is a fantastic fold. If it was king, king, queen, queen, double suited, or even one suit, I would say limp is fine. But you don't want to be playing hands king, queen, queen, jack with no suits for too many chips, because a lot of people are playing ace combinations, and any ace on the board completely invalidates your hand.
Case in point.
Yeah, case in point. Ace, king, deuce, 3 is one of the prettiest hands you're going to wake up with in this game.
All right, here we go. Hubbard all in again. This time,
Man, look at Phil's
two
fold.
Live
World
suits.
class from whatever Phil had.
World-class fold for Hellmuth.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
It is really interesting that Hubbard having two suits versus the one suit of Juvancic, even though the king versus the 8 does give Hubbard the edge in the high equity portion of this hand.
Ace king deuce 3 versus ace 7-8 deuce.
Two very similar hands here. Also, a part of this game is potentially chopping the low, and of course in three-way hands, that can be quite a wrinkle. Getting quartered is one of the worst feelings in the game.
Yes.
And for those unaware, quartered means that you're splitting one half of the pot while a third person involved, or perhaps your opponent, directly takes the other side. All right, here comes the flop. 10-5-3. Both players with the nut low draw.
Right, but Juvancic having the 3 at this point gives him the extra high equity at this point. Let's see what happens on the turn. 5 of diamonds, interesting card, giving a flush draw along with the low draw.
We're losing.
Hubbard looking for
We need
a
a
diamond
7.
here to claim the high. Neither player with the low right now.
A 7 would give Hubbard 3/4 of this pot.
River card is the Jack of Spades. And there it is.
Queen,
Juvancic
Jack
takes
10.
this one down with just the 3. No low in play as 3 cards, 8 or lower, are needed on the board for a player to have the ability to make a low. Stephen Hubbard, who
Fold after I
could have been a good character for him versus Hellmuth, and sadly, we'll see him depart here in
gonna say he
8th
is
place.
The guy's raising every hand.
Hubbard collecting $19,000 for his efforts.
He raised under the
The
gun.
final 7 now guaranteed $25K.
Hellmuth would have scooped that hand. I mean, he called out to us that saying his fold was wrong. His fold is definitely right, but hindsight, he would have had the best hand with a pair of queens.
Huh?
Danny with a $5 donation says, if
that's-
Phil is still
yeah.
in when I get out of the gym, I will drive from Summerlin. Go, Phil.
Let's go.
I love that spirit.
It's 8150.
Ascendo World $2 donation says, Sandwich King for the win. Shout out Donnie Peters. That roast beef sandwich. We'll forever follow you, Donnie.
I mean,
How often do people reference that to you?
I don't know. I mean, it happens often. It was a great moment.
It was. So we're playing 3 games here. We're switching every 8 hands. Did you play this event?
I did.
Any-
Unfortunately, did not make day 2. I got it in PL08 with 80% equity, which is hard to do on the flop, and then was almost dead on the turn.
It's also hard to do.
Also very hard to do.
Quite the equity swing there. Did you happen to play with any of these players?
I did not. None of these players ring a bell to me. Even
goes
just
wild.
knowing them in the mixed community. I mean, Helmut's the only one left at the table that I recognize in any facet.
goes wild.
What does it say about these games that someone like yourself, who plays poker all year round, who plays mixed games all year round and focuses on these types of tournaments, what does it say about the games that when you see a final table with 8 players, Hellmuth aside, that you've never heard from?
It's amazing. I mean, I want more people to play this game because poker is such a beautiful thing that anyone can win if you pick the right seat, the right cards, if you have the right study mentality. Anyone can win at poker. It doesn't have to be the all-stars every single tournament. In the 100K we're going to know everybody, but a nice 1500 mixed Omaha event, anyone from anywhere can come in and claim the bracelet.
Yeah, and I think it's also interesting as the night goes on, seeing the strengths and weaknesses of some of these players. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say, these are not all Omaha professionals. Probably love the game, have a passion for it, but it'll be fun to pick up on
It's a different game, right?
whether or not they have more or less experience in some of these
So
games.
what's the blind?
Right, people I don't recognize tend to play more passively than say pros. I mean, if Sean Deeb was at this table, I would love to watch him play these games because I tend to play on the tighter side, even though I am really confident in these games. I think newer players also
Jack King this time.
tend to play on the tighter side. Helmuth referencing the hand he just folded. But now we're I think Helmuth will also play on the tighter side relative to whatever GTO, if that's even a concept in these type of games, dictates. Just because your equities run so close, you don't always have to have ace-deuce combinations. Now we switched up the game to Big O, giving us the extra card. Might see more action than in previous games.
So a little quick crash course on Big O, which, according to what I've seen, is a very popular cash game in Vegas.
Yes, yes. Big O, we play it in our mix, so I play it almost every single day.
Call.
And like I said, the very first hand, we have a very big confrontation, 3 ways with 3 very strong hands. The equities are going to run so close in this. It's just going to be who can hit the right board texture.
Look at Hellmuth. He's got the suited ace-king with the deuce 3-5 behind it.
Right, very powerful.
And Chu, almost the exact same hand, the ace-king 5-4 deuce. No, actually with 2 flush draws. And then Edengren with the ace-queen jack 8-3.
He has the 2 true flush draws, with the clubs and diamonds both working for him. Like I said, in Omaha, making flushes is incredibly strong. You see all these players are sharing cards, but if you're the one to make a flush for the high equity, you're going to win more money than your opponents.
Ying Chu all in for his tournament life, 370K in the middle. Unless the board comes low, he's got a good chance to stay in this event, and this could potentially be trouble for him as 10-9-7 forces him into a backdoor scenario to find a way to win unless he manages to make a straight. It says 0% for the high, 1% for the low, so he is in a world of hurt here.
Yeah, not a good flop. Edengren flopping the nut straight with all the redraws is asking what the size of the pot is, and now he's betting 3/4 of it. Hellmuth,
I haven't seen him play yet.
with just the call pre-flop, does manage to get away from this hand, drawing to runners as well.
All right, so there it is on your screen. Hellmuth lets it go. Edengren in a fantastic situation to send Chu to the rail, and you see the equities changing here as Hellmuth's cards being out of the equation give Chu a little better chance for a backdoor low.
Clubs?
Yeah, as we saw, Hellmuth folded a lot of low cards. So the cards that are coming may or may not be the ones that Chu was looking for.
Ying Chu has won WSOP final table under his belt back in 2013. He made a $1,500 stud 8 final table, won by Dan Adema.
I should have made it $1 million.
I don't think you're getting folds, Phil. I mean, maybe, but this game is definitely not about hindsight. You need to make whatever decision you think is correct in the first place.
Ace of diamonds on the turn. Now Chu, as you can see here, 50% to hit a low. River card is the 6 of spades, and there it is. Chu backdoors into it. His deuce 4 playing here for the low.
Deuce 3, right, Phil?
Yeah, ace, king, deuce, 3-5. I thought maybe I'd get a double up for my man over here.
Phil did say that he would get 3/4 of this,
Yeah,
which is
was
not
gonna-
possible.
I should have just made it.
There's only one high and one low, and we saw the nut on both sides, so you would just get half of this pot. Instead, Chu does survive.
Not against me, you know that.
A little note here on Magnus Edengren in the 1 seat, who's sitting on 4.7 million.
I mean, you did a full pot race, so I thought
He already
maybe
has a
ace-
12th place finish
I haven't
in
played with
the
you.
10K PLO8 this summer
We have
and
to
the
learn.
10K
We have to see
Big
our
O. So this man
buttons.
is no stranger to these games.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
All of Edengren's caches from the last few years are in some form of Omaha.
That worked out well for you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, it's getting in there with that.
Yeah, I should have made it $1 million. Yeah.
Who's surprised that the Scandinavian player is an Omaha aficionado?
I was going to say the same
Don't
thing.
hurry, you know, wait
Like,
for people to
do
get
you
in
know
there.
this guy? Is he a professional Omaha player?
I mean, judging by his bio, he probably is. Definitely someone with tons of experience playing the 4-card and the 5-card games.
I mean, especially Finland has really, really good.
Yeah, I have to raise.
Omaha
If he-
players.
If he raced and you re-raced, he can't have aces because you and I have an ace. On the other hand, it could have just worked out where he just doubles me up.
Yeah, tell me living in the past. On to the next hand.
180.
180. Raise. 180.
Now we're hearing him announce race to 180. He's got 4 hearts though. How do you explain that?
Calls.
I don't mind it. You still have a nut suit. Yeah, it's less likely that you're going to make a flush, but people, like I said, at this final table are going to play tighter than what they should. So raising any hand that contains ace king and some wheel cards is very standard. You're not going to get a 3-bet a lot, it seems like, from players at these tables. If Hellmuth not 3-betting the ace king deuce 3-5, I don't really see many 3-bets happening. No one really loving this flop. We have a king high flush draw and a straight draw with queens. No one has the ace deuce for the low draw. Ace 3 in the lead for the low at this point.
So for Juvancic, is the thing that causes him the most concern the fact that the 7-8 puts that low draw out there for those that are chasing?
Right, and you only have the king high flush draw. The ace high flush draw could very easily be out there. You're not wanting to shovel money into this pot. The ace on the turn does give him 2 flush draws and more outs to hit a straight with his Broadway wrap. He does have the highest equity high at this point in the hand, with so many outs on the river to give him something of a nutted hand. The 3-5 low draw is coming along.
Heads up.
Nine on the river, giving Juvancic the nut straight for the high. I wonder if he can bet enough to make Adcock fold the 3-5 low on the river. Obviously, he knows he has the nuts with 2 queens blocking, making less likely your opponent also has the same hand. If he pots it here, it's going to be a very tough call to just call with the 3-5 low.
So for Juvancic, of course, the aim is to scoop the whole thing, and he gets snapped off here.
Yeah, it wasn't even a question. I mean,
Chopper.
how much did he bet? Did he bet the full pot?
Don't worry about it, man.
That was 900.
He did. He bet 900 into 1.16, and I have never seen a faster call in my life. I don't think
Wow.
he let go of the chips.
That's crazy. My question was going to be, from Juvancic's perspective, when you have the nuts on the river trying to bet out a potential low, is the nuts the only hand you do that with, or could second nuts, third nuts also be a hand where you consider that?
You can also do that with a lot of deuce 3 type of holdings.
Well,
I mean, Adcock did have
pretty bad
the
shape right on
second
the turn,
nuts
wasn't
on
he?
the river with the 6-10 straight.
We got an ace in the low.
Which is why he called off so quickly,
you got
because he
plenty
had
of chips, so
an okay high
you
and an
put the
okay
pressure.
low, hoping to get half of the pot with one side or the other. If your opponent is betting full pot on the river, the likelihood of them having the nuts one way or the other is incredibly high. So you're not wanting to raise at that point. You're just wanting to call and hope to get half of the pot, which is exactly what happened. It was second nut straight versus nut straight, and fourth nut low versus no low. But he also could have gotten scooped in that pot. It would just take 4 perfect cards.
Right. And that's the heartbreak of Omaha variants, where you always have to account for the fact that someone out there might have the exact combo that ruins your day.
Right. It's just hard that you need exactly 4 cards, 2 for the high and 2 for the low, to make an incredibly powerful hand in this game. A lot of the times your hands are going to be nutted one way or the other, or you're going to have a mediocre high and a mediocre low, and have to determine how you want to play, how you want to use your chips in those scenarios. Edengren has been very active, and his raise sizings have been just over min, probably realizing that his opponents are over-folding. This is a hand, ace-9, 6-3 deuce, that has really good low equity, but with the 4 spades in your hand and only ace-9 for high, your high equity against hands that are coming into the pot against you is not very good. I assume based on someone who is very fluent in Big O GTO, I'm not that studied. Some people are making mistakes folding, but if you get it through with just a min raise, and you're gonna pick up 200K for risking 180K with a hand that does okay one way or the other. I mean, that's a great result for you.
Edengren, perhaps, Donnie, playing a bit into the, I guess, live pro Florida grinder, going here with full Gators gear, despite the fact that he's from Sweden.
Yeah, I mean, you could hear him talk. He's clearly has an accent. He seems very comfortable overall, though. You know, just getting in there, playing a variety of hands, opening things up. Obviously has one of the bigger stacks at the table, so that combined with the results he's already had at the WSOP, he certainly seems very comfortable in these variants. So going to be a handful to deal with.
You got your 4th card.
A little misdeal here. Shout out to Little Virgil for the $1 donation. Very much appreciated. If you're with us in the chat, please let us know where you're tuning in from.
Does he know that hot dogs here are $10?
I was.
If you get a drink with it, it's 15.
They don't listen. They don't learn.
I saw the emoji of the hot dog with his donation. Yeah, the $1 hot dogs at Bill's Gambling Hall, just down the street from here. That's a bygone era.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you can't even get a $1 hot dog at Costco. It's $1.50 now.
No, you're
Absurd.
fine.
I guess it's always been
Ace,
$1.50,
king,
but
deuce,
$1
three,
for a hot
five.
dog? Nah,
Should've-
that's
It went raise, re-raise.
that's
I
living
should've
in the
made it
past.
800. Instead,
Just
the other
like
guy
Phil
got really
Hellmuth
lucky.
living in the past with that hand, complaining about other players getting lucky. Come on, Phil.
But he might not get lucky.
Consummate professional.
If there's one thing he's not. I wonder, Donnie, who does he have on the rail? Usually it is some combination of Mike
Does
Madison
anybody
and
have mind
Cantu.
if I limp with aces double suited?
Yeah, I think he was talking
Do some fun
to
stuff like that.
Jeff Madsen,
You guys
who's
all right with
in the
that?
10K horse, but I think they were on a break, so he might have stopped by. I mean, Phil will talk to anyone.
Anyone that'll listen.
Anyone that will listen to him talking about whatever the heck he decides to talk about. Now, there are very few people Phil will listen to.
I think
Here we
it
go.
It is
Mike
Mike
Madison,
Madison.
of course, and there's Jeff
Jeff
Madsen.
All right, I got one right.
It's limited.
Cantu can be far away.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I mean, I'm not holding it. Now it goes. God, pots. Like I haven't played with these players. My table is playing good. It's 3x, ace, queen, 3, fucking 8 or some shit. Mike, let's relax. I'm just telling you the hand. The other guy moves in. He has ace, deuce, 4, 5, king. I have ace, deuce, 3, 5, king. If I just re-raise it, he makes it 370. If I just make it 700, the other guy goes away and I get 3/4. Ace, deuce, 3, king, 5. But it goes raise, all in. I'm never potting it, but I could make it 700 and fold. Exactly. Yeah.
All right, Hellmuth.
Don't worry, Mike. I got it. I just wanted to.
There you go. He's giving us all the
Since you're
free.
one of the best in the world this game, I had to honor you and say hello.
He's giving us all the free advice we need.
Whenever Hellmuth goes out and talks to Israel, we're going to try to be quiet and see what is going on in his mind. For those that are just tuning in, he is going for his 18th bracelet. He's got a lot more chips than he usually does, and I say that with a lot of respect. He is a grinder through and through. He can nurse the short stack for a long time. And for me, Hellmuth has a stack that amounts to any other player having double.
Yeah, I agree. He definitely knows when to put his money in, and he will not be putting his money in bad, as we saw him just call with the hand that he's been lamenting for the past 20 minutes.
Calls 175.
See, a lot of these players are so unlikely to 3-bet unless they're short. They just want to call, see some flops, realize their equity. I don't hate it. This is how Big O is supposed to be played. Very passively. You know, you want to make some sort of nutted hand and hopefully get 3/4 or at least half of the pot or more from your opponents. As we can see, there's 2 ace deuces in this hand, ace 3.
I didn't have to lose the hand
3
either.
nut suits. Let's see what the board has to bring. And obviously, of the 3 nut suits, no one has a single club in their
Wild
hand.
card.
I was going to say,
Guys I played with,
there's not going to be hearts on
my
this
4
flop.
guys were playing good. The other 5 guys are insane. I think so. Yeah.
All right, so Hellmuth declaring that 4 guys are good and the other ones are insane. So
Insane.
I'm surprised he said 4 guys are good.
I think we're gonna put Edengren under the insane category
Has
just
to
based
be.
on that one hand. By the way, Ascendo World with a $5 donation. He says, I could watch PokerGO duel with Hellmuth and Esfandiari 1,000 times. Entertainment at its finest. Yes, thanks for the shout. The high-stakes duel match between Hellmuth and a variety of opponents, Tom Dwan, Daniel Negreanu, Antonio Esfandiari, are all available on demand on PokerGO.com. Some of the funniest and most entertaining matches that we've done on our channel.
So I'm going to go with Seidensticker. How do you feel about that pronunciation?
A little different pace than before.
Absolutely.
Seidensticker.
This table is
great
big
name.
pots.
He had
Our table
one
we're
pair
just
for the
folding,
high, but he
limping,
had the
folding,
nut
limping.
low. And he put out a bet, a healthy bet on that flop, and got the other ace-deuce nut low to just
We didn't
fold.
play any big pots on my table.
The power of aggression really pays off in this game when you can get other people to fold a nutted one side of the pot in fear of getting only a quarter of their chips
It's all
back.
good, kid.
Tim Seidensticker, 400K in career tournament earnings. Already has a cash as well in the 10K Big O this year. 2023, a cash in this very event, finished 127th. The year before, in 2022, he cashed the 10K PLO8, the 3K PLO 6 max, and the 10K 08. So once again, this event really brings out the specialists. Seidensticker has been in spots like this before, but still looking for his first World Series of Poker bracelet.
Raise 180.
There you go, Edengren stepping on the gas again with a hand that is not good in either direction, but he knows his opponents are way more likely to overfold and not 3-bet him with anything but maybe ace-ace-deuce combinations. I mean, Seidensticker we saw fold ace 3-4-5 earlier in Omaha 8, which is pretty much on pretty on the tight side. Chu should just be going with this hand. He has, wow, yeah, he had really good high equity against you know
Florida, can't you tell? Pretty
our
good
Swedish
chicken
friend
from
on the button.
people in it.
It doesn't work if you have to
But
talk.
the min raise just
We
takes
hear
it
his
down
accent.
again.
Where's the PLO real good at? Oh, down in Florida. Give me one in Florida outfits and bring it to the series.
I love it. I
My
love
son plays for the Gators in the tennis, so that's why I'm wearing this. I promise him.
I love
Okay.
all the international.
I am from Sweden. I've been in Florida like one time, 2 times.
Did you
Never
see
played
the first $5,000 buy-in tournament?
Uh-uh.
It had like 6 different countries at the final table. It was great.
Damn. That's pretty cool.
I thought so.
Interesting note there from Magnus Edengren, his son, Kevin Edengren, a freshman. Is it Florida State, Donnie? I'm not up to date on my
Florida Gators is just University of Florida.
University of Florida. Yeah. As a foreigner, those nomenclatures are really difficult. So, University of Florida, Florida University. Either way, Gators. Kevin Edengren, tennis player, 5'11". Got a good record this year. That's why he's wearing the Gators outfit. Pretty cool.
220.
Raise
I love the internet.
220.
Just found that in 2 seconds.
Yeah, easy. This is a much better hand for Edengren to open. He has good high equity with his kings. Even though his hand doesn't contain an ace, if an
players all
ace manages to land on the board, he has 2-3-4 to try and make the low half of the pot.
I call.
Chu finding a very premium ace queen jack 6 deuce with the nut low draw, and pretty good high equity with the ace queen jack. Once again, it's just another coin
She's
flip.
been dealing the whole tournament to me.
So Edengren staying on the gas, not afraid of all-in
You done fixed
showdowns.
up
And
real
here
good
with
here in a
King
minute.
4-3 deuce, he's taking a stab at sending Chu to the rail.
I kind of want the name. So
Ying Chu only for his tournament life for the second time in just a few hands.
Raising range, so. Who's got the king?
it is.
He's got the kings. All right.
It's funny how if Chu improves to a pair of aces, Edengren gets a lot better chance of making a low.
Right, exactly.
That was suited.
Yeah, Edengren's chance of making the best low is 26% compared to 32% with the ace deuce hand.
You have my diamonds.
I have your diamonds. You have
Always lots to figure out between the 10 cards in play right now for this heads up. Chu with good equity to survive, but of course the meat of this is finding a way to scoop. Diamonds and clubs both working in Chu's favor. Here comes the flop. Ace, 8, 7. Speaking of diamonds.
Really good
That's-
flop for Edengren.
That's Edengren all over this.
Diamond blockers.
Edengren has the uncounterfeitable nut low at this point. 99% to win the nut low unless exactly 3-4 rolls off.
Turn is the 9 of diamonds. Edengren with the scooper. You can see it 100-100 on the screen. Magnus Edengren is going to send Ying Chu to the rail in 7th place.
One of my best friends used to coach for the Gators.
Ying Chu collecting $25,000 for his efforts as Magnus Edengren shows that aggression can indeed pay off. He is our 2nd stack right now.
What?
You left what?
My kid. Is
Oh,
in
your
the,
son goes there.
Yeah, I said it. That's why I have these gears.
Oh, that's great.
I promised him to put it on if I go to the final table.
That's great.
The people catching us on YouTube, don't forget to smash that like button. Let's get us up to over 1,000 likes. We're covering this whole final table for you. Hopefully
somehow.
He's got about 7.
making some history with Hellmuth.
Alva's got under a million.
Not an easy
He's
trick.
got under 2. You know threat. No, he's got he's got about 2.
If people have questions for Kevin Gerhardt, who is with us in the chat. How many? You have 3 bracelets, right?
4.
4. Jesus, unbelievable. 4 bracelets, Kevin
It's
Gerhardt.
been a couple years though.
Yeah, when is number 5 coming?
I hope soon. I'm trying every day.
You had a deep run in something this year, right?
Badoogie,
The
yeah.
Badoogie, yep.
Badoogie's such a great tournament format of poker. There's so many different game trees you can use. So many different bluff lines, value lines. You really have to be able to use your white magic to look at your opponent and just say, you don't have it.
That's,
do
that's
you
Remco's game, Badoogie.
Oh yeah, I love Badoogie. It's
great.
One of my favorite games. I owned Scotty Wynn in the hand one time when I played the 10-game mix a couple of years ago.
These guys have their own rule from the other
One of my
table.
proudest accomplishments. You can't find it on Hit 'em Up because I
like
bubbled the tournament, but I literally finished 2 off the money.
Yeah, we should have more 10 games.
Like
Like I said before we started
we won
streaming,
like
I'm
9
playing
of
the
them.
9 game in a couple of days. Why not just make it 10?
Right.
See if I can make a 10 of them.
This is a really interesting spot where Edengren just called the raise from Juvancic under the gun open with aces, with okay aces. Ace 4 is not too bad, and then Juvancic flopping middle set and
Set of queens.
1 bet, just taking it down.
Queens, huh?
Is this sort of what you talked about earlier with regards to finding spots to be passive in, or
I
are
was
you just
thinking if you call, I
surprised
call.
he didn't get aggressive there with aces?
Big O is a game where you're supposed to be passive, especially because the equities run so close. You have 5 cards all trying to work together, and most of the time, especially with the deep stacks, Juvancic having 8 million and Edengren having 5 million, you're not going to see huge confrontations between these guys, even with the aces that look so pretty in most other games.
Yeah, against one of the other shorter stacks, I mean, Edengren might just raise, get it in, run it. But
Right.
against somebody who can bust him or, you know, really, really hurt him, just really don't want to blow up your spot too much there.
Yeah, ICM suicide.
Oh man, Donnie and I have done quite a few streams this summer, and I think ICM has been the name of the game.
It always is, especially at final
Well,
tables.
especially last night.
Oh my god. last night felt like a winner take all satellite.
So we did switch the game to Pot-Limit Omaha 8 or better, where it's 4 cards instead of 5 cards, but we are playing the same game. Ace Queen 4 deuce, a very strong hand.
That'd be,
Proudly turning it over.
It seems like when you raise
Every time I get a good
crazy.
one, you got a one just a little bit less.
Yeah, this wasn't quite as good.
One of the players we haven't introduced yet is Joshua Adcock there with the Dodgers hat from Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Over $500,000 in career
2.5
tournament
big.
earnings. Last year finished 6th in the Monster Stack for $240K.
That's an impressive accomplishment.
Also has a
You can see the monster stack clock in the background.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, 8,700 entries.
Absurd. Such a beast of a tournament.
Yeah, Donnie and I were out there sweating people on our fantasy teams for field bonuses, and both of our guys ended up making it.
Donnie, are we making a comeback? I have a small piece of the team.
Who knows? We'll see.
We need
We'll see how Steven's song goes in the monster stack.
Is it?
He's just going to win the main event. You guys are going to win anyways. It's all right.
It's like 1,000 points to win the main event.
250.
No. Yeah, 250.
Such a shame.
Pretty good field in that monster stack.
Huge.
Martin Cabral was still in there. John Duthie,
John Duthie.
the legend John
Wow.
Duthie was still out there.
EPT legend.
Zhao Samao was out there. Steven Song, Tim Riley.
Kristen Fox.
Yeah, Kristen Foxen was still out there. Ryan Lang in the mix as well. So it's always crazy when you have these, several thousand player fields at the World Series of Poker, and a lot of the big names play it. But then you get down to a handful of tables, and there's still plenty of big names left. It's crazy. Also, Remco, Timur Margolin still in.
Wow.
He was out there. He just won the $800 deep stack that we streamed, so he's out there going for bracelet number 4.
I mean, now that Seaver has 2 this summer, everyone is on notice. You need at least 2 wins to contend for POY.
I don't know what you're doing over there.
Hellmuth took the jacket off. It's time to get serious.
relax.
Headphones are off too.
I think the nap helped. He's sitting straight up. He's
Yep.
not hunched over.
Walked
Kind of
in.
a different look. No black.
I know.
Yeah, where's the track
This
track suit?
This is corporate Hellmuth. Like he is here to do business. This is his business attire. Is he wearing slacks by chance?
If you'll notice on his left of the hat, it says 18 already, so
Of
he's
course.
looking ahead.
I mean, Kevin Gerhardt wears a jersey with a 5 on the back. you
Yeah,
know?
that's we're always forward looking in the poker world. Once again, Seidensticker folding under the gun with Ace Jack 5-3 with a suit. Pretty tight in this 6-handed tournament. He's not apt to play the Ace 3 for the low. He wants those Ace 2 hands. It might be ICM aware, or it might be just a little bit of nittiness coming through. I'm raising that hand.
It's hard to hit a belly button.
PLO8 is one of my bracelets.
That was cool.
That is true.
I think PLO8 is my favorite Omaha variant. I think it has the most depth to it.
Yeah.
It also creates the most, I want to say, almost like confusion with opponents, because there are so many things to figure out, and it is so easy to overplay your hands.
Right. There's so much skill disparity in PLO8 compared to other mixed games. There's an established metagame for most of these limit mixed games. But when you put pot limit and Omaha 8 in the same format, the cream really does rise to the top.
Yeah, and we did switch to pot limit Omaha. Donnie, if Texas Hold'em is the Cadillac, what is pot limit Omaha? It's kind of like it's always going to be second best, but it has definitely made some moves lately.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like it might even be like the Ferrari in a way.
Ooh, wow. I
Meaning,
like you can crash out real
not
hard.
not everyone has it.
Right.
If you have it, you like to be flashy. You certainly love to go fast.
I love this.
So it's.
Donnie just coming from the top rope with the analogy. I love that.
I mean, Cadillacs are nice. That they're somewhat pricey. They're more affordable to the people. More people have them.
I think
you can
that
get some classic ones.
Doyle Brunson called Texas Hold'em the Cadillac of poker. What, in the 70s? So maybe we need.
Oh yeah, I mean back then.
Maybe we need
the Cadillac was the Cadillac.
200.
200,000.
Phil Hellmuth.
I mean, have you seen how people dress in Pot-Limit Omaha tournaments? I mean, it's they just went to the crystal shops. And
Right. They got $1,200 hoodies on. Shout out Elis Parsonen.
Okay, so in this spot, it's an interesting dynamic. Juvancic is just calling with the Ace Queen 4 Deuce. He has the best low equity with the Ace Deuce 4 and pretty good high equity with the Ace Queen, and it's suited against Hellmuth's under the gun open with the Ace King Deuce. Maybe it's giving respect vibes, or maybe it's just giving, you know, let's call and see 3 cards and see what happens vibes.
The reason why it says 0% behind Hellmuth's low equity is because he can only chop the low because both players have ace deuce. Juvancic has the 4, and that is a crucial card in this hand. 5 comes up on the turn.
Really interesting check back by Juvancic with the top pair, top kicker on a board that shouldn't really favor Hellmuth's under the gun opening range. When people open under the gun, you can relegate 2 of their cards to being ace deuce. So they need 2 other cards in their hands to connect with this board in some sort of way for you to check back such strong equity with top pair, top kicker. I think Hellmuth's just going to find a fold here because it's 500K into 600K, and he has a jack, gut shot for the high. Maybe a pair of kings is good if he feels that way, but he's just drawing to the ace deuce.
Overplay a hand, Philly. You already know. You raised under the gun, so you have ace deuce king. He called with the trash.
All right, word. This is a fold. This is a long-winded fold. We already know.
You just show him the nuts. That's what you do.
Hellmuth's playing face-up poker, which surprisingly never seems to really hurt him.
You're Phil Hellmuth, I want to give it to you. They really do. They weren't trained like me in this game.
Trained by the mouth Matisau.
500. Wow, would have been nice to have ace queen deuce. That would have just.
That's surprising because that's exactly what your opponent had, ace queen deuce.
Maybe I was going for the 3/4.
You should be happy he gave you a free turn card, Phil. You shouldn't even have been able to get to the turn card.
Have you played with Hellmuth?
I haven't played with Hellmuth in a couple of years. I remember the last time I played with Hellmuth, Matisau told him when I was on his left that I was a pretty good poker player, and Hellmuth gave me that compliment. He says, "Mikey thinks you're pretty good at poker."
It's kind of painful making all
Thanks,
the folds until they give you the money.
Then I put my
That's the
headphones in.
painful part of it. It's a game, you know? You fold, and then they're dead. But it takes a while sometimes.
At the pot.
Adcock waited for his moment to fight back here versus Edengren and decides to do so with the ace-10 4 deuce double suited.
I like it. Double suited hands are great. You want to make flushes in Omaha. Edengren's been very active. You can just take down the pot right here. I mean, Edengren is in position, but his hand is not something you really want to pay a pot-sized bet to see. The equities we can see run very close, as they always do with 4 cards or 5 card games. But you don't want to get into a spot where you're not drawing to the nuts in either direction.
Now, of course, stress levels out of position in this game particularly high.
Yes. These are definitely games you want to be in position. They reward the in-position players so much.
Yeah, and Adcock, of course, totally satisfied winning this without having to see a flop.
Yeah. Yeah, you just picked up an extra 450K. Not having to see a flop.
Shout out to those that are just tuning in. This is the final table. Phil Hellmuth going for bracelet number 18. We're playing a Omaha Mixed Pot-Limit Omaha 8 or better. Pot-Limit Omaha Hi-Lo, the limit format, and Big O.
The bottom one?
I thought about yes, that one. Guess we all got one.
Nice save there by the dealer.
Be an ace.
Yeah, Hellmuth is I could feel the blow up brewing. I can just feel the energy building up inside of him for when he really loses a pot.
I mean, do you follow the news about Iceland?
I don't know.
What Iceland has a lot of volcanoes under the surface.
Okay.
Phil Hellmuth is like Iceland.
He's right, just waiting for it to erupt.
It's always bubbling.
Okay.
And then some days it just erupts. And we are here to watch it all unfold. Hellmuth just calling to perhaps go into a bit of a blind battle here versus his newfound nemesis, Juvancic, who just took a pot off him.
Yeah, and two hands that no one is happy seeing. Hellmuth flopping the best of it with queens and threes.
125.
Now Juvancic with top pair, top kicker, and backdoor flush draw as well. Given that this is a blind battle, is this a hand you can continue with?
I would be shocked if he didn't continue in some facet. I mean, that's a really tight fold, but the eights, the pair of eights is really working against you. If you turn an 8, you know, you're kind of afraid of 9-10. You're not really happy with your backdoor low equity, backdoor flush. I mean, folding ace queen in that spot, blind versus blind in a limp pot seems on the tight side, but I don't hate it.
Well, Hellmuth gets to win one hand, which will probably put his mind at ease a little bit.
One thing I've noticed about these type of games, especially with the high-low variants, is people tend to play hands that they feel more comfortable with better on future streets, right? So if you play good ranges pre-flop, you'll be more comfortable later on in the hand. So if people are playing the queen 7-3-3 or whatever Hellmuth just limped with, it's going to be very hard for you to feel comfortable one way or the other unless you flop, say, a full house or quads, which is very unlikely. So playing good ranges in these games, not out of the blinds, obviously, but playing good hands in these games allows you to play more comfortably in post-flop situations.
Action folded to Juvancic, comes in with the raise.
Pot size raise, takes it down against a banana hand, as we call it.
Dylan Lambe, not to be confused with Dylan Lindy, is our short stack at the table. He's got 82,000 in career tournament earnings. And to no one's surprise, just like I've been rattling off for the other players.
Guys,
oh, wait. Oh, here we go. I told you, Hellmuth wins one hand.
It's fun to be here.
Wins two big blinds. And he is back.
Everyone's best friend.
A little stressful.
I'd rather be at Costco personally.
A little
less
pressure.
Stress there.
I don't know about that.
Rather be at Costco?
Yeah, there's less stress there, you know, fighting with people.
All the pressure's on you. You're the one going for the number 18, right?
So Seidensticker is going to fold this based on previous folds that he's made from early position.
I felt like that was kind of good.
It's not an open anyways, but there's no world that he raises that hand.
It's pretty cool.
Raise.
A lot of final things.
300,000.
This is my 72nd.
Hellmuth, very strong hand. Ace, king, queen working for high. One suit with spades, and the ace 3 working for the low. Like I said, each player only has just over 5% chance of waking up with any combination of ace deuce.
Ace, king, queen. Oh, 3.
Lambe out of the small blind, giving Hellmuth a lot of credit raising this hand. Just finding the fold with the ace 3 low and some good equity with his ace queen high.
Just to finish up my Lambe bio, our short stack, as I mentioned about the other players, also has cashes already in PLO events at this WSOP, to no one's surprise. Played a big summer last year, racked up, I want to say 12 cashes, or 10 maybe, mostly in Hold'em events. So perhaps he is...
making the switch.
Yeah, making the switch.
Coming to the better side.
Driving the Ferrari, you know, wanted to get in the mix. Ace, ace, king, 5 with one suit here for Juvancic.
What do we have right now? 150, right?
153 the limit.
We are now playing Omaha 8 or better limit.
It is interesting that he paused there. I really don't think we've seen that much pause from him. Maybe he was determining what the limits are in this game. As we did switch to the Omaha 8 variant of this mix, which is a limit game.
But I don't mind the call so much. Right? You're trying to bust somebody, and a lot of great things can happen.
Yeah. You can get him in a real bad spot.
Real bad spot.
Can you move that button for me, please?
Sure.
Thanks. Where you put it?
What's funny with the text coverage of the 1500 Big O and the 10K Big O, it's just a lot of all-in pre-flops, and everyone has ace, deuce, 3, king. Everyone has basically the same cards, and you're just at the will of whatever the deck runs out. You know, you're trying to make a flush when your opponent doesn't, or a straight. So Edengren, ace, queen, 8-8, 3 suits, Seidensticker, coming out of his shell. You know, he's looking to be that guy that's just waiting for aces to get in there, and he's found them.
We are playing limit now, so big pots building right away. King, deuce, 3 rolls off the deck, 2 diamonds. Seidensticker just with the blocker ace of diamonds here.
I'm surprised to see that check, honestly. A lot of the hands that Edengren has contains a deuce or a 3, so he only has 1 pair, and you have the diamond blocker, which could represent the flush. I don't think betting at this spot is good after checking on the flops. Edengren with his set is going to call pretty quickly. Seidensticker in a world of hurt now without any low possibility. Expected to go check, bet, call. I mean, Edengren only has a set of 8s and a live ace.
Wow, and Edengren showing down
3/8.
the winner here.
So sick I scooped that shit with the.
Do you think a bet on the flop could do anything here?
I think a bet on the flop would have been great for Seidensticker. He has the ace of diamonds blocker. His opponent didn't really have anything on the flop, and then turned the perfect card for him to continue in the hand.
No problem.
And now he's under 500K now,
Thanks. No problem.
just from a pretty minor mistake, but it ends up being pretty costly.
Just saw the tournament director walk over to the table saying, we're going to put this plaque in the center of the table so everyone can see what the game is. So that's for you guys at home. We currently have no way of displaying it on our graphics, so we're just going to use that plaque that's on the table, and we'll keep you guys updated in the chat as well with whatever the current game is, as we have a 4-game rotation tonight. By the way, my name is Remco Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me with 4-time WSOP bracelet winner Kevin Gerhardt, a Omaha specialist. Can I call you an Omaha specialist? Is that your favorite?
I think mixed game specialist. I honestly think my favorite game is Raz.
Oh, wow. Get Mickey Doft here, Donnie.
I mean,
Yeah.
takes a little bit of crazy to enjoy Raz, but I really enjoy it.
But you've had lots of success in Omaha in particular.
Yeah, I have 1 PLO bracelet and 1 PLO8 bracelet.
Raised to 450,000.
This is a really weak hand to open under the gun. Double suited jacks with the 6-4. You're going to get 3-bet in Omaha 8 or better way more than in Big O or PLO 8, because people tend to play more passively when the big bet game is.
And look at this, Seidensticker going with the ace jack 10, and Juvancic is going to be over the moon that his 6-4 are the only 2 cards chasing the low here. Seidensticker rooting for a straight high board to get the double up.
Right, without a jack.
Right, no jack, hearts please, and high cards, of which there aren't many left.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, probably this judge. Probably not.
Phil's trying to get as much information for free as he can.
On a turn, which I think cost him the raise. Kind of weird.
I definitely made my decision easier.
I don't know. I heard that. Ace 5 diamonds.
Juvancic sort of putting himself in this spot by raising under the gun, full well knowing that Seidensticker was this short and this was a real possibility.
Yeah, it is only less than 2 big bets, just over a bet and a half. So he's not too unhappy with it. As you see, the equities are running so close. Luckily, he does have the only possible low draw.
Well, heart in the window is good news for Seidensticker. The issue being here that the 3 and the 5 are about as bad news as it gets here.
Yeah, Juvancic's equity on both sides has increased. Not good news for Seidensticker.
Turn is the ace, giving Seidensticker a set. Now Juvancic with a low, and he's got the low locked up. So a free roll here for Juvancic to perhaps hit a flush or a straight to send Seidensticker to the rail.
Yeah, really interesting turn card, bringing a lot of outs, a lot of potential.
River card is the
4
5 of
fives.
hearts, and they will chop it up.
Oh, 4
Seidensticker
fives. He makes
with
ace
a
of
full
4.
house. Juvancic with the low. 6, 5, 4, 3, ace for those
He would have
keep it
folded
score at home. You need 5 cards, 8 or
I
lower.
think he folds under the gun if he doesn't fold out a turn, and you bust him.
I bust him, yeah.
Weird game.
Give him
Still find it funny that it's called 8 or better, because you need to get 8 or lower.
Right. 5 cards, unpaired, 8 or lower.
A common phrase that might be unfamiliar to people watching high-low games for the first time is when a player declares they have a live deuce or a live 3 or a live 4. What does that mean, and how can you train yourself to read that better?
So that means there are 4 low cards at least 4 low cards on the board, and one of them you have a pair of, and you have a card that doesn't match any card on the board. And the lowest card in your hand that doesn't match a low card on the board, aces being low, is whatever card is live in your hand. Right, so you have 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, or 2, 3, 5, 7, king.
raise to 300,000.
Right, and you have ace deuce with queen, queen. You have a live ace in your hand because there are 4 low cards on the board with a pair, and your ace is the only card that doesn't match the board. So we tend to see that a lot in these games.
Raise to 450,000.
So the only reason we're seeing a raise here is because Lambe is so short. Juvancic wants to ask for the rest of it. Just run the hot and cold equities. He knows there's nothing that can come to make him fold at this point. He does flop a pair with a backdoor enough flush draw and the ace-3 low draw. Lambe with just a pair of 7s, some backdoors and some overs.
As you can see on the screen, Lambe
Right? That's correct. That's right.
with no way to make a winning low.
Most likely a split, unless a 3 or 4 or 5.
Juvancic taking a stab on back-to-back hands to reduce this field
Running clubs a 6
to 5.
6.
Who's the only other have right now? Is the question.
This card will tell the tale for sure.
There you go. Hellmuth just doing our job for us. He knows all the outs.
Turn card is the ace of spades. Now Lambe making a 2 pair.
Yep, aces and 7s versus aces and 6s. 15% of the time, Lambe will be going home.
Yeah, so Juvancic looking for a 6 here. He already has the low locked up.
A 6 or a 5 to make a straight.
Or a 5, and it doesn't come in.
You need that one on the turn.
Yeah.
Again, we chop and move on.
2 happy winners. No one got hurt. Everyone has their fingers and toes intact.
All right, here's a look at the Las Vegas skyline. It is 9 p.m. We're going to go late tonight. Please get your coffees ready. And also know that we have a new PokerGo VIP plan. Get the annual subscription plus access to run-and-ones training content with PokerU. Watch and learn like never before. Join or upgrade now at PokerGo.com. You might have heard of those guys on the screen before, Galfond, Kuhn, and Mr. Jungleman. They are all involved with the Run-and-Ones content. By the way, if you're catching us on YouTube, please smash that like button. Let the world know that Hellmuth is going for number 18. Let's get to 2,000 likes here. We got 16,000 people watching right now. Much love to all of you. By the way, take notes. Kevin Gerhardt here, putting on a masterclass. Most people have to buy him dinner first.
Yeah. You all owe me dinner for this. Come find me at Paris Horseshoe in Vegas.
GD Knight is calling you teacher.
Yeah. Like I said, 1 hour of coaching leads to a final table.
For the price of a few appetizers. I mean, it's a pretty good deal.
Yeah. I love providing this content for free on YouTube for anyone who's willing to listen to me ramble on for a couple hours. I remember back in the day learning from Chris Fitch and Randy OL and just other people that hopped in the booth for WSOP streams. They provided me with so much good information, so why not pass it on to the next generation? You guys can win 4 bracelets too.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, hopefully streams like this encourage people to try out new games.
Definitely.
Which is part of the reason why a couple years ago Donnie and I were strong advocates of give us a table, give us a camera. Let's show some more games. Juvancic by far and away the most active player here, and Lambe,
I think it's less than 300.
Going to try to double up here, but
blind versus blind confrontation. We have the deuce 6 low for Juvancic with 92% equity to win that, unless a deuce comes on the river.
What do you mean? You have the best low, right?
He will have the best low.
Oh yeah, sorry. King or nine.
It's both the beauty and the pain of these games. Sometimes you just have a long string of chops.
Right. And Lambe only has the pair of 5s right now. Juvancic drawing to a pair of kings or a pair of 9s. So the cards that will make this not a chop: king, 9, deuce. Will we find it?
River card, the jack of spades. As you can see on the screen, chop it up.
2 happy winners once again. Although there's no ante in this game, so everyone gets exactly what they started with. And we're on to the next hand.
86.
Everybody's playing good, Mike. Everybody's playing good.
You like that one, huh?
80.
Well, you guys got to play good. I'm trying to win a tournament here.
Didn't want to show that one.
Donnie, do you think Hellmuth has nerves in moments like this? Like, for him, this matters so
you guys
much.
play good. I'm trying to win a tournament here.
No, I mean, I don't think so in
Started
in
a little
this.
crazy at this table.
I think if he was going to get nerves, it would be 50K PPC, stuff like that, you know, where I think he would get nervous if the other players at the table were on his level, which I think you might see in a 50K PPC. You know, not that they obviously don't have 17 bracelets, but they're all very popular. Like if he's looking across the table at Phil Ivey, Daniel Negreanu, Brian Rast, etc., you know, guys that are in his league in terms of, you know, poker popularity, all that sort of stuff. I just feel like Phil's nerves in that case, in that sort of arena, would be like, I want to prove that I'm just as good as these guys. Because Phil gets a lot of crap a lot of times, you know. He plays kind of a wonky style. People kind of make fun of him all the time. But he still gets it done. He still has a ton of results and is extremely successful and the most decorated WSOP player of all time. But for whatever reason, people still look at him. Like when Ivy won his 11th bracelet, everyone's like, the GOAT won his 11th bracelet, you know? Right. It's not like the second GOAT, you know? So in a way, that's where I think his nerves come from.
Well, look at this. The snap raise from Hellmuth, almost a trademark moment for him. He's got top pair, top kicker, applying that pressure. And you can see the equities here. He's definitely a decent favorite here.
I really like this lead out from Edengren at this point. It's very unlikely that Hellmuth has any cards that interact with the jack or the 9 being a raiser from early position. You can guarantee that he has at least an ace and some sort of wheel card in his hand. So when Edengren leads this board, he expects to take it down quite a bit. Getting raised in this spot definitely signifies Hellmuth has at least top pair.
Raise it.
This bet is much less appealing to me because he thinks that Hellmuth has exactly ace deuce in his hand, which would give him jacks up based on the flop action. And now Edengren's put into a tough spot where he could have just check called 300 and then check called 300 again instead of having to put the full 600 in on the turn, not knowing exactly where he's at in the hand. And we can see his equities are very, very low. He needs exactly a 3 to make a better low. And he needs exactly a queen.
3 and the nut clubs.
Exactly a 3-out queen to make the better high.
And look at how quick things change in this game.
Let's go. Sometimes you just got to be happy to win a pot, boys.
I mean,
Sometimes
winning a
it's
hand
gotta
none
be
showdown
happy.
in Omaha 8 or better, that is like almost one of the best feelings in the game.
I mean,
You almost
yes,
never get
agreed.
someone to fold.
Scooping a hand without a showdown, just winning all the chips is one of the best feelings for sure. And Hellmuth has become very chipper. I really don't like that lead on the turn, but the lead on the flop was quite good.
100. Small blinds 100, big blinds 200.
Hellmuth back up to 2.6 million. Seidensticker and Lambe still just waiting for a single hand to get involved. They basically both have one hand left to play.
Yeah, the limit's at 200K, 400K. Means that they are going to get their money in quickly.
Well, everybody got to play good. You've been playing good all day? You have. You've been playing good all day.
I mean,
We
if
gotta play
Edengren
good.
doesn't raise his hand, I'd be very shocked with how he's
You
been
had a line
playing.
too. You said
Mixed
rich.
pot.
Yes.
You are rich.
Raise 2 back to 400.
You're
Doesn't
rich.
make it
Why- you
400.
shouldn't- If I was you, I'd be laid back on the beach somewhere, man.
Well, you got to play good.
Look at this. Even though none of these players share cards, their high equity and their low equity is exactly the same.
Wow. For someone like yourself who plays all these games all the time, seeing the games on stream with the equities running in real time must also be quite
I
fascinating.
love
gotta
it.
help her with
I
the
love.
cards. She got short pants on.
I come from a math
be the last
background,
hand.
and I absolutely love equities in different spots, which is
I don't
why
care how tall you are.
I
That's
love
a
the game of
long
Raz
ways
so much
over
because
there.
everything's a math problem.
gonna have to
And it's
show you
really
those
easy to
cards.
figure out once you know
You're 7
the
feet tall, you're not
probabilities,
reaching over here.
what the correct play is at any given time. That's a huge way how I learned how to play mixed games, was just watching streams with equities on the stream.
Donnie, you know what I love? You know what I love, Donnie? The fact that we're streaming a mixed Omaha event, and all the Hellmuth fans came out to watch, and the vast majority are learning the game on the fly. Like Hellmuth could be playing, he could be playing a made-up card game, and people just want to see
I
him
mean,
play.
This is basically a made-up card game. I mean,
But-
that's part of the beauty of the World Series of Poker. You just get such variation, you know, from tournament to tournament.
So Seidensticker does stick in the 400K. There are very few hands that Adcock should fold in this spot, knowing that equities run so close. Just putting in an extra 210,000. You can fold trips, and that's about it.
10 more?
Yeah, especially with the stack that he has. I mean, he can afford it.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, we got an all-in showdown here
Oh, king
in
high?
Omaha 8 or better.
Threes.
Still waiting for the
Never know when
cards
threes
of
gets
the all-in player.
Doesn't happen often.
I need those cards, please. Thank you. Appreciate you.
That's about as bad as it gets,
Best
but hell.
best player, obviously.
You want to
Queen
play
4,
for
3-3 for Seidensticker. At least he's got 2 flush draws going for him.
Double suited working for him. Can't really ask for anything better. Small blind to big blind.
And there's a queen that he is looking for.
And he has the best low draw at this point. His equities are looking pretty good.
Adcock would like to see these cards come high, but this is exactly the opposite of that. Seidensticker now locking up the low, and also a very good chance that he's going to take the win here for the high.
Even hit a 6. No.
King or 7,
I got a 9, though. I'll take
a
that.
9 on the river will also chop it.
Chop-a-rooski.
Chop it up.
Wow. Nobody is allowed to double up at this table.
Nope.
That's nice.
Thank you, guys. Big up.
Pretty sure you was rooting for a 7 or a 9.
Can you slap that button for me?
Yeah. Whatever causes the most pain. This
Yeah,
point.
back to Big O. Once again, I expect this to be some fireworks, especially with these short stacks. The likelihood of you getting an ace
How much is
with
the
a
blind? We need
wheel
to-
card,
we
deuce
gotta-
or 3, is much higher in this game than
No,
all the other games.
Well, why
So
don't we just
they're
put up
way more likely to put their money in.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
different
hey,
different
yeah,
game.
it's right.
Okay, honey. All right.
5100.
Different game. Okay. Sorry.
First hand a big O, no problem.
Yeah, I was about to say, how'd I get trapped in there with the 6, 7, 9 king?
Just how I got trapped with the king 9 6 deuce.
So the blinds are 50K, 100K with a 100K ante, meaning our stacks are definitely getting shallower. Juvancic does look at an ace, but none of the other cards match it.
Dan, you good? Everything good?
All right, Philly. Philly Phil.
You need a call, huh? Yeah. I'm gonna pot it.
300. Price 300.
You got it.
One thing that still kind of irks me
Aces, baby.
to this day is professionals just saying the word pot and then staring at the dealer instead of trying to figure it out.
Right.
When I'm at the table, everyone knows I'm the table captain. Everyone knows that I'm going to calculate the pot faster than any dealer in these tournaments, and they look at me. So you can imagine having to calculate the pot at every single moment in the tournament takes such a mental drain on me compared to every other person at the table. I really wish I could just shut my brain off, but once you tell people or show people that you know the pot at all times, they just look at you instead of the dealer. It's like, try and calculate it yourself. You can figure it out.
How about it?
It's really funny you say that because Donnie and I covered Super High Roller Bowl Omaha, which was 100K buy-in, Donnie. Every single time, what's the pot? What's the pot? What's the pot? You and I were losing our minds.
Right. I watched a lot of the train streams. I watched all the PokerGo streams, and it's just saying the word pot instead of calculating it out yourself. Maybe I'm the dumb one because I'm using such amounts of brain power. You could think of it as a finite amount, and I'm using so much of it just worrying about what's in the pot at all times, even when I'm not in the hand.
For me, I feel like a lot of these guys, they play the PLO series at the studio, they play the Super High Roller Bowl PLO, they play the stuff here at the series, etc. I mean, after playing so much PLO for years and years and years, it almost seems like it would just be second nature.
Right,
like
exactly.
you almost have to dedicate brain power to not calculate it automatically. Like they should just know. Especially like the online guys and stuff. I mean, they've played millions of hand of PLO. You should just be like, yeah, okay, it's 750.
There's just a button. It just tells you exactly what the pot is. Why would I spend any brain power on trying to figure out? We did have a question in chat asking, what is Big O?
Well, we're about to find out here. A Seidensticker is all in with the ace, deuce, deuce, 3-4.
So this is a really good indication of ace, deuce, deuce, 3-4 having very low high equity, but very high low equity. Right? You can see he's only 18% three ways to win the high, even with an ace high suit and a pair. Whereas he's 49% with the only iteration of ace deuce to win the low. So he does have an uncounterfeitable low at this point, giving him 99% equity. The other players in the hand are only looking to chop the low with him.
Just don't have hearts.
And Lambe did flop a straight with a pretty bad low.
Yeah, uncounterfeitable.
Seidensticker pointing it out as well, uncounterfeitable, meaning that even if he pairs all his cards from here on out, he is still going to have the best possible low.
Or 6.
And look at this, two players at risk.
Thought you guys
Adcock
were coming along in.
cannot bust both players since he cannot make a low.
Yeah, Seidensticker is going to win the low part of this in some fashion. He is not going to bust from this tournament. Adcock does have the top wrap to give him the high portion of this pot. Lambe did flop the straight with the 4-6. He will not lose.
Board pairs on the turn with
in
the
this
7.
hand either.
6,
That's
no more 6.
No more 6.
Good news for Lambe.
6 of clubs,
That's
right?
7.
So Adcock needs a high card. High card, preferably a club.
It's the king of hearts.
That's not going to do it.
And Lambe and Seidensticker, the two short stacks, will chop this pot. And we've now seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 or 6 all-ins without a bust out.
Right, without a bust out or without a pure double up. This is, each player is only increasing their stack by 50% here. chopping the high and the low. Lambe is thrilled to chop the high part of this with 7-6, 4-4-3 with 4 diamonds. That's just not a good hand in either direction. So for those wondering in chat as they're chopping up the pot here, Big O is a version of Omaha 8 or better, which means half of the pot is distributed between the best high hand and half of the pot is distributed between the best low hand, which requires 5 unpaired cards, 8 or lower, to qualify for the low. You need to have 3 unpaired low cards on the board for there to be a possible low hand. You get dealt 5 cards, and you must use 2 cards from your hand for the high and 2 cards from your hand for the low. They do not have to be the same cards.
Am I not supposed to try to knock them both out there with the high hand?
That's my spiel on Big O.
I mean, you only put in 4.
We're here to
take out 2 people.
educate and
I
entertain.
don't think it was a bad play.
Please stick with us as we're
Just 'cause
along
you
for the
missed
ride
it,
here
you're like, it's a bad play.
on the Phil Hellmuth
I
train
don't think
towards
either one
number
had a king
18.
or a queen in their hand.
So under the gun, Edengren, ace deuce 3-4-8, very good low equity. I would love to see him limp the pot to bring other people into the hand. But he decides to 3x from this point with a hand that doesn't make a very good high. He just knows that people at the table are playing way too passively. But he doesn't want to get raised at all. If you get raised with this hand, you are not happy. Oh my gosh. Lambe, what do we do?
Sorry.
Ace, king, deuce, deuce, deuce.
It's impossible for other players to have a deuce, except for the fact that Edengren
Everybody
does have
has
it.
to play
Yeah,
good.
4 in the deck.
Huh?
And
Stop.
now neither player is happy with this flop because no one flopped a pair, no one flopped any sort of draw. I mean, Edengren has a pair of 3s, but not happy about that for the high equity. Lambe does only have 550,000 left, and Edengren is using his stack to his advantage, putting Lambe to the test. Lambe cannot continue here with only a backdoor ace deuce low draw and a pair of deuces. Yeah.
Phone's good.
Thank you.
Edengren is playing a different style of Big O than what I'm used to. He's using his big stack to his advantage, raising instead of taking his low equity with hands that are supposed to only win the low half of the pot.
Big blind.
One thing I just noticed, every player at this table is wearing a hat, and most are wearing glasses. I wonder if that's just their normal demeanor or if they needed to put a hat on to deal with the bright lights. Seidensticker should be all in with this hand. Ace jack 6-5 deuce, good enough with his 7.5 big blinds.
350.
Once again, players just saying pot, not just putting out the chips. Looking good so far for Seidensticker. It's a really interesting spot for Lambe with single suited double paired hands. Does give Seidensticker credit for having quite a strong range.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Edengren's hand, good enough to continue. I don't want to see him raise here. There are a lot of flops that you can just bet to put your opponent all in, to put them into a tough spot, whereas if you jam in this spot, your opponent has a very easy decision that they're always calling. So Edengren should call here, and then if he flops any sort of equity either direction, he should just be all in. He doesn't look happy about it though. Wow.
Edengren lets it go.
Doesn't want to use his 5 million chips, even though, I mean, that's a pretty double suited hand. I mean, there's good high equity there. A lot of flops where you can just lead and get your opponent to fold whatever equity they have. I'm surprised with his play style that he decided to lay that one down. Maybe he likes being the aggressor and not the aggressed upon. Is that a word? Aggressed upon?
It works.
I like that. That's a really good one.
All right, we're back to normal Hellmuth
Yeah.
with the
single sleeve?
the half normal Hellmuth, single sleeve. Only his left arm is cold.
Hellmuth is the king of the single sleeve. I've never seen anyone else do this.
We've seen a lot of trips over these last few hands. Deuces, trays, kings. Not easy to get dealt trips with 5 cards. Lambe's going to pot this 100% of the time. No other where to go.
This hand is just so strong that even not having an ace is okay.
I mean, when you have 5 big blinds, you're on the button, and you have a hand that's double suited with a pair. I really like just going with this hand. It's not a strong hand particularly, but you can get your opponents to fold a lot of equity. See, Seidensticker here has a double suited hand that covers both of your flush draws. Doesn't have any low equity. But you can get a lot of other hands to fold. Seidensticker needs to just be all in at this point. And Lambe with just a pair of 5s. We'll see if he decides that his equity is good enough.
Yeah. All in.
He only makes a low hand a quarter of the time, and he makes the high hand a quarter of the time. So it's a really
worst case scenario flop
tough
for
spot.
Lambe.
Yeah, for sure. Only having 150K into $1 million, mathematically you have to call.
Yeah, so Lambe looking for running cards to make a low. Now, we can also see that he's got some outs for the high. And there it is. He does make the call, putting his tournament life on the line. You can see that Seidensticker here, as far as the high goes, it's got a pretty good coverage here. Now for the low, running cards are necessary for Lambe.
Yeah, Lambe just wants to see a deuce on the turn. That's really the card he would be happy with.
Now, of course, pairing any of his cards would be great. So Lambe looking for as low as it can be. Seidensticker with a real chance to jump up the standings here after being all in for his tournament life twice already at this final table. Awaiting the turn card here. It is the 10 of clubs, worst case scenario for Lambe as Seidensticker makes trips. And Lambe now looking for a deuce and a deuce only. River card is the ace of diamonds, and that is it. Dylan Lambe is our 6th place finisher. We are down to the final 5. Lambe will collect $33,000 for his efforts. And Seidensticker now a real contender after being short himself for quite some time.
He is still the shortest stack by quite a wide margin, but he does jump up to 15 big blinds, which gives him a lot of wiggle room in these spots. We've seen him play extra tight in certain spots. I would love to see him open up a little bit, knowing that the ICM doesn't matter anymore. He's the shortest stack by a wide margin at this current point in the tournament. Got to play to win at some points.
Tim Seidensticker, courtesy of our investigator, Sean Shimtov, a dedicated home chef, owns a custom pizza oven. Donnie, this is your new favorite player.
Love it. Where does he live? Can we go over? Can we eat some pizza?
Miami, Florida. Can't you tell? He's got the nice tan going.
I believe they're cheap.
Enjoys fine dining. A wine collector. This man is living the dream.
Yeah, if Seidensticker, if you decide to watch this afterward, you like my commentary, hit me up. I'll take a pizza.
Edengren, former high-level tennis player, and his son currently playing for the University of Florida.
Yeah, runs in the family. Seidensticker needs to pot this. Against a button range, you just have such a nutted hand.
I'm sorry, it's $1 million. It's just $1 million.
I really like this level because it's really easy to calculate the pot. It's 3 times 1
All right, I'll fold.
plus 0.5. There you go. Seidensticker does play his very nutted hand as a 3-bet and takes it down pre, making himself an extra 500,000 chips.
Wow, that's so
I had a
much
king in my hand.
for his stack.
Yeah, when you only have 1.7, 500K is a huge increase without showdown.
We are now 40 hands into our final table. 5 players remaining. If you're just tuning in, Hellmuth going for number 18. We'll be covering this final table until the night ends. And given the fact that this game could run long, we are not sure if that means a winner or a hard stop. You're going to have to just stick around to find out.
Thank you.
Last night, actually, fun fact, we covered the Bomb Pod No Limit PLO split event, Donnie and I. The event ended with 6 minutes and 20 seconds left in the night. If it had gone any longer, they would have to bag up and return today. But fortunately, that did not happen.
Well,
Shout out to the...
unfortunately for someone.
Yeah, true.
Fortunately for everyone else.
For the fans and viewers and for ourselves, that unsatisfying feeling of not having a champion after watching a final table all night was luckily
One of
avoided.
these days I'll remember. In Philly field.
See, Seidensticker folding a hand that's a pretty easy, at least limp or small raise on the button,
300.
reverting to playing
This would be sweet if I can just
quite
move in.
small.
Wow.
Wow, we might have a confrontation here. 25 big blinds effective, and Phil wakes up with ace, queen, 8, 5 deuce, double suited. He was not expecting to wake up with such a big hand.
You hear him? First he goes, "Oh wow," like giving something off, like, you know, I got a good one, but whatever. And then he's like, "I wasn't expecting this."
King, queen rolls off the deck here. Hellmuth with ace, queen flops the best of it on the high side. No low possible in this hand. Now, how afraid do we have to be of a king in Adcock's range?
Very much so. I think a bigger bet would have worked much better, because now Adcock's going to be afraid that Phil has a king in his hand.
So it's a game of chicken, basically.
It really is, and Phil being in position just has such an edge.
Nowhere to go for Adcock really here.
I mean, he has nothing, unless he wants to somehow miraculously turn his hand into a bluff.
Are you going to try a little trick raise all in?
Okay.
But it wasn't,
the rail is growing, Donnie. We're hearing some cheers.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't King's fault.
We need Phil to start pulling in some pots. They'll get really rowdy.
I was thinking you might just check raise her all in.
I had the best hand pre-flop, I'm sure.
That was actually really close. Eagles for life and many others are saying this is so confusing compared to Hold'em. I do not disagree with you. This there's definitely a lot going on, but trust me when I say that it is worth it. These games are fun to learn and to master.
I mean, I'm going to win the tournament. I'm going to have.
What
to
better
call
way to
one
do
big
it than
bluff.
tonight?
I have to. That's why I'm at 80 fucking final tables. 'Cause
here we go.
When they move in, I just call with bottom pair, and everybody says, "How did you do it?" Well, you were getting ready to raise. I could see it in your eyes.
I've never seen him once call an all-in with bottom pair. Ever.
He's selling it, Donnie. He's selling the image.
I saw him raise with 10s and then fold to a small 3-bet.
Call.
I did see him put his stack on the line with queen 4 offsuit.
Yeah, that was quite interesting.
All right, we're going high here for Hellmuth. Blind battle. As queen, jack, 10-6 still out in front here versus Juvancic's random selection of cards.
I'm really surprised to see Phil check this spot. Maybe he does think that he's trapping in some capacity. He blocks so much of the continuing range of Juvancic. And now he just has to fold because he sees a turn card that is so good for his opponent and not for his hand. Like, I think a bet on the flop would have been so much better than a check. Hellmuth is very prone to avoid confrontation, it seems like, at this final table. He thinks he's so good that he just gets to call or limp and try and trap his opponents, but he's just letting them get there, letting them realize their equity.
It's funny because you've been lamenting the value in limping and in playing passive. Hellmuth is one of the ones doing that. However, he's seemingly doing that more so post-flop than pre-flop.
Right. He's doing it both. I mean, he has been complaining kind of relentlessly ever since he made the decision to call earlier in a hand instead of raising, when it's a very good raising candidate. And now we get the speech, and the speech always leads to a fold, right?
Yeah, how do you continue after basically complaining about how bad the situation is for you?
Right. I mean, our hand isn't good at all. Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 6. But if we just bet the flop, our opponent is less likely to continue because we have all the cards that he wants to continue on.
Hellmuth does make the call, and we can see on the screen that Juvancic has a scooper here with the king.
Really hope this goes to showdown.
I really don't think Juvancic can check this back after the speech and the Hollywooding on the turn from Hellmuth and the just call. Your set here is good so much of the time, it doesn't matter that you don't have a low. Like, what hands are you afraid of?
800. That is 800.
And there it is. Juvancic continues for 800. Might
I
see some
really
lift
like
off
it.
here.
I really like it.
Okay, my turn, kid. Just gonna have to take 5-6 million.
Toss me your card.
That's it? That's all we get?
New game. Pot-Limit Omaha.
Phil Hellmuth is Iceland. It's a volcano waiting to erupt. If you want to work on your path to poker mastery, scan the QR code on your screen and join OccupyPoker.ai, hosted by Nick Schulman and Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger. It's a fun, social, and affordable way to learn poker. Join the growing Occupy tribe at OccupyPoker.ai.
Same levels, right?
I'm gonna have to ask my friends about that hand. If I had you on the turn and you just got really lucky on the river, that's gonna really hurt.
Well, at least he gets to watch it back and listen to my voice saying, Phil, bet the flop, please.
But if you bluffed it, I'm gonna bust you anyway, so that one I don't care.
I got lucky at some point in the hand. I'll put it like that.
It should be your goal in life, Kevin, to enter the Hellmuth circle, which is very small, of people he actually listens to.
Right, yeah, that's true. Although it's so much easier being in the booth, obviously. When I go home from playing a tournament after busting or whatever, I spend so many hours just recapping hands in my head. What could I have done differently in this spot? How could I have played this better? Is this spot a fold pre? You know, I think about it religiously, and it keeps me up at night. So being in the booth and seeing the cards face up, it's so easy to say what I would do in the moment. But when you have these cards and you're facing, whatever decision, it's so hard to make the right decision at the right time.
That one limited hand I played was the worst hand I've ever played in my life. So embarrassing.
Looks like this might be a quick and easy blind battle here.
Yeah, Edengren,
I wish you would have. That would have been fun.
it looked like it was just limp check, and Edengren had a pretty good hand both ways. He decided not to play aggressively into the chip leader.
And the river brings the jack, and Edengren somehow with the scooper.
Yeah, with just a pair of jacks. I mean, we have the 7. The 7 of clubs is a pretty good blocker at this point. But we lose to all straights, we lose to all flushes, we lose to all 2 pairs.
And there it is. Edengren gives it up, and Juvancic up to 9 million. He's got a commanding lead in position versus Hellmuth. It almost seems like it's his event to lose at this point.
I agree. He has been playing quite well, although his bet sizings, coming from someone who can see his whole cards, have been pretty telling of his hand strength. He only bet 200K into 700 in that spot, indicating that his hand wasn't as strong as in previous hands where he's bet 90% pot on the river.
How can I do that?
Wonder if Phil is picking up on any of these things. I don't know about any other players at the table if they're paying attention.
Yeah, I did.
I truly try to pay attention to everything at the poker table.
But I wasn't completely.
You know, everything at the poker table conveys information. You don't want to be all loosey-goosey eating a sandwich.
I've seen many comments already in the chat, people wondering, where is the roast beef sandwich? That moment happened like a few steps away from this table on the main set. By the way, Phil Hellmuth looking for his first Omaha bracelet. He, of course, the king of No Limit Hold'em, won a Limit Hold'em bracelet right after he won the main event in '89. In '92, that was his second bracelet. Then he added a lot more No Limit, Pot Limit, and Limit Hold'em bracelets before his first non-Hold'em one in 2012, winning the Raz event. That was a special night, Donnie. You and I were running back and forth.
Yeah, that was wild.
Phil Ivey versus Andrew Frankenberger?
Yep, in the, I believe it was 10K Pot Limit Hold'em.
Correct. Correct.
In other rooms. One was in Amazon, one was up on the stage in Pavilion.
Yep.
I was still in college back in those days, not playing poker.
Yeah, Donnie and I are dating ourselves here. We have not been around as long as Mr. Searching for 18 bracelets, but we have seen quite a few big moments happen. Ivy could not close it out that night, lost the Frankenberger heads up, and Hellmuth beat. I know it. I haven't even
Don,
yes,
whatever the
correct.
heck.
Don Zewin. Don Zewin heads up, who I believe also was at the main event final table when Hellmuth won.
Yeah.
I wasn't even alive when Hellmuth won his main event.
Wow. I mean, I was 2 years old, so can't really claim a lot of knowledge from back in the day.
I guess depending on your political / religious views, maybe I was alive. I was just inside of my mother at that point.
Oh, right. You were on your way.
I was coming out shortly after there.
Look, I was over there. So.
But yeah, since then, Hellmuth, 2 total Raz bracelets. The 1500 No Limit Deuce, probably the most surprising bracelet he won in 2021. And then last year, of course, mass chaos ensued, Donnie, in the middle of the night.
Which one was this, sorry?
Last year, the mass chaos in the Super Turbo Bounty.
Yeah, I mean...
You're still upset about that?
Well, of course I'm upset. They let the tournament play out. I mean, it's just a rule. Like, Hellmuth is going to win number 17. Stop everything.
Right.
Get Maury out of bed and let's go. I mean, what?
Ivy and Hellmuth at the same final table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I believe Hellmuth busted Ivy.
Right.
I mean, who let that play out?
So for all the hate,
everybody's playing good. Me too, by the way, guys.
Questionable, but okay.
No, for all the hate that we got last year for not streaming that, you have to know that they reached the final table, I want to say at 4 or 3 in the morning, and then they decided to play it out. So there was no one on site to put a stop to that.
Yeah, and then we all woke up the next morning. Oh, Hellmuth won another one.
Yep.
Calls to 250.
Juvancic continues to be the main aggressor here as Hellmuth finds an ace-deuce combo here. We're playing a PLO8 now, by the way.
With the suited ace, like I said, Hellmuth is very, very afraid to 3-bet at a lot of these spots. He does end up flopping the best hand both ways.
Pot 850.
Here comes Phil.
Wasting no time.
You guys can tell me what I have. It looks like ace deuce queen, right?
He's always so face up.
Yeah, just giving away all the free information.
I mean, he had ace deuce queen at the minimum.
Yeah. But you know, you say what you will.
Ace deuce queen, fellas.
In a game like this, you have to defend your equity.
Yeah,
for sure. It's so hard to make a nutted hand in both directions that Phil,
although I didn't mind,
probably could have slow played that a little bit, maybe bet half pot, try and get some equity to continue from one of his opponents. There's not really too many turn cards that you're afraid of, maybe exactly the King of Hearts, the Jack of Hearts, the 10 of Hearts. Like this game is so much about getting value on the flop and then really punishing your opponents on the turn by getting them to fold all of their equity. That's where you truly make your money in this game, is on the turn. If you pot the flop, you're just condensing your opponent's ranges into something that's as nutted as your hand. Like they're not going to pay you off with just a naked ace deuce in that spot, Phil.
Seidensticker finds the double suited ace, ace, king, queen. He's just probably asking himself, I wish this was just PLO high.
Yeah, this is the third time we've seen Seidensticker with aces with no possible low draw, getting all of his money in.
But aggression is the name of the game, and he is happy to take this one down.
Yeah, for sure. It's just really telling that the only hands we've seen getting 3-bet in this spot are ace-ace combos, and some ace-ace combos are even just calling pre-flop. No one is really taking the ace-king deuce fours or the ace-king or ace-jack deuce 5 hands as a 3-bet. They just call, see a flop, and then try to truly realize their equity.
Five-way action here. Hellmuth sitting comfortably on 3.4 million.
Comfortably with one sleeve.
Exactly. Yeah. Gotta stay exactly the right temperature.
Half hot, half cold.
It's a high-low situation.
It's a high-low situation.
Raise 350,000.
Does find the pot button. We don't know his whole cards, but we can assume there is an ace and a deuce in that hand with some combination of 2 other cards. This is an interesting spot.
Hello.
Whoa.
Out of nowhere.
Aces.
Okay.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, out of nowhere, we have 5 million in the middle here. Ace, ace, king 8 for Edengren with an emergency low type situation here. The ace 8.
Doesn't matter.
Not really.
He's got aces.
What you're aiming for.
5-7 diamonds.
Ace deuce 5-7.
Oh man, that has to be. I'm gonna say that's just ICM suicide. Ace deuce 5-7 with diamonds. Unfortunately, like your high hand is just not good against a hand that wants to put all of the money in against you. You can tell your opponent has aces so often, and now you're 33% to make the best high hand, but you only 50% to make any low hand. Like it's just not worth it to play this big of a pot with a hand that has very little high equity.
6 million chips in the middle out of nowhere. It took them seconds to
Low
go
flops every time.
raise, 3-bet, pot, and call. Edengren not backing down with aces. This is going to
beat him in the pot with ace deuce
Yeah,
5-7.
it really was. It really was. It was.
all right.
I'm really shocked by this. And in any Omaha game, trying to make the high is way more important than trying to make the low. And if you have ace deuce 5-7 with one suit, even though it is a nut suit, it's just not a hand you should be putting a ton of chips in.
All right, low cards, name of the game for our all-in player.
I was going to say hi to my
And look at this. We got king 10-10 instead. Disaster for Adcock, only 6% for the high. No low possible.
He's running the run there.
He needs running diamonds. Turn card is the ace of clubs, and Edengren makes a full house. Adcock busts in a pot worth 6 million chips. He takes home 46K for finishing in 5th place.
Gotta do the chomp.
And I mean, I'm just blown away by how quickly the chips went in the middle. and
the gator clap.
The gator clap rakes it in here.
That was just suicide. I really want to say something nice about that, but my brain isn't letting me say anything. I mean, I guess the only thing I can say is he was barely like 4th in chips over the 5th place person, but it's just there's no way that you should be putting in 30 big blinds with that hand pre-flop.
It was a 6 million chip pot at the final table.
It's a good time.
Hellmuth emphasizing that it was a good time for Edengren's aces to hold up. Aces holding up in Pot-Limit Omaha, not as common as you might think.
They hold up more in PLO 8 because your opponent is more apt to have an ace in their hand, and you dominate so many more hands that your opponents have.
So like 50?
Yes. The chat is going crazy over that.
Yeah, the chat.
That is insane. I guess I made it worse. Maybe if you had someone who's less experienced in the Omaha 8 streets.
I don't know. You
booth.
might have made it better because I would have started yelling.
That was honestly just pure suicide. Wow.
Hellmuth now only 3 players standing between him and his 18th bracelet. Now, of course, he is the underdog as far as chips go, but still. For Hellmuth, all that matters is getting down to heads up. That's all that matters to him.
Yeah, he's very happy to see another player bust at the table, even if the chips aren't going his way. He thinks that he can truly outplay his opponents. It's always interesting playing with people from Sweden or Germany or any of those places because of the time zone difference. I mean, what time is it in Sweden right now? It's
early in the morning.
Very early in the morning, and I wonder if how well these players adjust to not sleeping in their own bed, being on such a different time zone. I get to sleep in my own bed every night on the same schedule I've been at all year long.
Right, and you still live on a time zone that's more related to if you were living in Hawaii.
That's true. That is true. Seidensticker could 3-bet this hand, but we have seen that he is much more apt to 3-bet only ace-ace combinations and wants to play post-flop with hands other than ace-ace. Just in case he gets this kind of flop that doesn't favor him at all. He has no low draw and just a pair of 3s. Edengren with the nut low draw here and a pair of 8s has a commanding lead in this pot.
We got 10 million?
Zach in the chat says, this announcer hates every player.
I just hate ICM.
He's a mixed game player. What do you expect?
You're not wrong. I'm gonna say you're not wrong. I like good poker plays way more than I hate bad poker plays, but I kind of hate bad poker plays too.
I also think that your sharpness in the game adds so much to the experience of commentating on this final table. You know, I will never be at your level or claim to be, but one of the biggest disadvantages that I have is that I cannot properly put my finger on the sore spot when it comes to bad plays. And now we're not here to point those out, but it is good to learn from them.
Yeah, everyone in chat and everyone who watches this video will now know putting in 30 big blinds with ace deuce 5-7 is suicide against a hand that wants to put in 30 big blinds against you. So you're welcome. I'll take my pizza whenever you guys get a chance.
So we have 2 new nicknames for Kevin Gerhardt so far. We have the teacher and the hater. Oh, wait, what is it? Donnie, you're supposed to pay attention to when Hellmuth starts eating.
Oh, great. I literally looked away for a second. What's he eating?
I mean, we have to get a close-up of it.
2 bets, 400.
All right, place your bets.
Chewing.
Place your bets in the chat. What has Hellmuth got here for his first meal?
I mean, it has to be some kind of sandwich. It's usually a sandwich from, like, the poker kitchen, right? So.
I'm going to go turkey club.
Turkey club. I don't know if he would go turkey. The whole tryptophan thing. Maybe gets a little tired.
Very premium.
I mean, roast beef was just too easy of a guess.
I'll say grilled chicken sandwich.
Grilled chicken, okay. Any guesses, Kevin?
Based on what he was eating last year, I'm going to say it's candy of some sort.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait.
Oh, we got a
that
wrapper.
Sounds like a wrapper.
That sounds like a wrapper.
So what candy would Hellmuth go for?
Switch the angles, guys. Come on. Who's in charge of the cameras here?
I sort of have him pegged as a Reese's guy myself.
Oh boy, here come the cameras. I'm about to eat my bratwurst.
Bratwurst!
Oh my God, the bratwurst!
Might get a little messy. I'm not kidding. About trying to do my best.
Oh man.
It's not fair to you if it's too messy, right?
The bratwurst is coming in. I mean, I can't wait for this.
I'm pretty sure the players went on like a 45-minute dinner break before they started this final table. Oh my God!
Well, he just like
ate it right out of the side.
Yeah, he kind of like turned it sideways and just went into the middle, which is not.
I mean, flashbacks to the roast beef sandwich, Donnie.
He's got his own style.
Is he still on keto?
No.
How many times does he have to eat something weird for it to become like
They love to
not a
film me
bit
eating.
anymore? Like not just it's just
Yep.
he's doing it on purpose to get reactions, right?
Bratwurst.
I mean,
he's the best.
We all know he.
They definitely were sent on a 45-minute dinner break before we started filming.
I like you right there.
All right, ready for
He rode the hot dog boat, so you know.
I want to play
It's
that
only
one.
natural.
Play that one. All good.
No condiments either.
Yeah, it does look like a pretty naked. Oh, there we go. We got to zoom in now.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
it's right there on the table. Look at it. Let's get a look at this thing.
Oh, there's the
Oh,
condiments.
here we go. What's? Oh, this
Ketchup?
could go everywhere.
We got ketchup. All right, we got ketchup.
So
Oh,
he took
this-
a bite of the meat without taking a bite of the bun, and before.
Oh, side
my
bite
gosh.
again.
What is this guy doing?
He's doing a side bite on a hot dog. I mean,
My 3-year-old eats better than this guy.
someone called the cops.
I probably had it. The reason I eat all the time is I'm lucky when I eat.
That's the weirdest way to eat a brat I've ever seen.
Thank you.
And where the sad thing is, they're filming every bite. And they're making fun of it.
Phil, we love you. What'd you do to yourself?
I mean,
All right, guys,
Seidensticker
I'm
said what
ready.
we're all thinking. I mean, what is he doing?
So you gotta have some mustard on there.
Even on the side tables, they film me eating. It's unbelievable.
The
I mean,
funny
look,
part is,
What is he doing?
he could step
Some
away
people
too.
say I'm cute when I eat, so I'll go
Oh,
with
you
it.
are not cute when you eat, sir.
I mean, I was wrong at the start of this stream. I said, oh wait, hold on.
Just 1 sec, sorry.
Well, at least he's wiping his hands off. I mean, right? I mean, oh, look at him. 1, 2, 3. Well, you just gonna raise without looking at the 4th card? Here we go.
We don't lose anyway,
Say it's cute so far.
Right.
Donnie, I have to take back what I said at the start of the show. I said people are here for 2 reasons: to watch him win or to watch him blow up. They are definitely here for him versus the food, man versus food. Like that's what we're watching.
He put a whole packet of ketchup like in like a 1-inch spot and then just bit that area. Like, so is he gonna take another packet? I need to know more. Like,
All right, we have actual poker being played here. 5-4 deuce, 2 clubs. Hellmuth flops the wheel. Look at those equities here. The kings of Juvancic probably not in a spot to lose a ton of chips here. There it is, snap fold.
Good check. I flipped the wheel, and then I improved it.
he's got his mouth is full of bratwurst. How do we get Phil Hellmuth on hot ones?
When you raise my
Oh,
Like, he'd be perfect for that,
That'd be so
right?
good, that'd be so good.
I don't know how much you guys care about tournament poker or etiquette at the tournament poker. I'm not going to say anything about eating food. One thing that irks me at the table, especially if I'm
watching,
playing
Dennis.
with like blind versus blind or someone next to me, and I
That's my
fold
friend
my
Jason White
cards,
over there if you want to say hello.
and I have chips in front of me,
You
and
can
someone
stand
just
over there if you
reaches
want for a
and
minute. You're
grabs the
leaving
chips
anyway,
from
right?
in
But if
front
you
of
stand
me.
for a minute, stay
It
with Jay
really
White.
frustrates me. And Helmy's been doing that all day. Like, let the dealer take my chips.
It's a good
please.
section, good guys over there. Dan's a good guy. Dennis is a good guy. Jay White's a good guy. Jay
Jason
White
White.
used to drive NASCARs. Dennis. Dennis is an epidemiologist or whatever the fuck he is. He makes all this money every year.
Wait, is this breaking news?
Raise it.
I mean,
Why is there a Phil Hellmuth hat, a Poker Stars Phil Hellmuth hat with the number 18 on the side?
this could
What's the new? What's the secret here?
this could be headlines tomorrow.
Calls 400. Heads up.
Ace 10-10 rolls off the deck. Hellmuth involved in back-to-back hands here.
That's 200.
as you can see on the screen. Very good situation for him as far as the high goes.
Raise,
Juvancic
2 bets, 400.
going for a backdoor low here. Are you surprised to see Juvancic check raise here?
No, I like this raise, honestly.
400.
Calling out of the
Full
small
house.
blind. You should have more tens than Hellmuth raising on the button.
You just win, I guess. Nice hand.
Hellmuth's saying exactly what it is.
That's
If you flop the
400.
full house, you just win. I have no low equity.
What the fuck?
Juvancic does back into a low, which is exactly what he was hoping for.
He called with a weak hand.
The only thing that could make it better is Hellmuth folding in this spot.
Hellmuth with a big decision to make for one bet here. And he lets it go. Juvancic gets him to fold out of the chop. Is he going to show this?
Please show it, please show it, please show it, please show it. Oh.
The biggest pot of the tournament.
I like that. The
I'm gonna have to
poker
punish you. I
bratwurst.
think you played a hand you weren't supposed to that time, like ace 10-3 or some shit.
Ace 10 deuce 3 is a pretty good hand.
That's a playable hand. I don't know.
Hellmuth losing quite a bit there.
The limit pots tend to play bigger because people are you're fixed bet sizing, and it's twice as big or 4 times as big depending on what other game you're playing every single street.
We got to give them what they deserve. When they're out there with the bad hands, we got to punish. Ace King was good, huh? Fuck. How did you put that much money?
We weren't talking about the hand. We were talking about something else. He's my roommate for the summer.
Last hand, limit.
You know they're going to give you the money.
You know Ace King's never good there.
I can tell Ace King was good. What did I do? Why would he try to give me the money? That's what they do, Philly. Just call.
Why did you call the river then?
I made a mistake. I was so disappointed that I didn't hit a heart or a jack. Could have me tied.
Wish you would have hit the heart.
Raise, 2 bets, 400. Calls at 400.
Seidensticker playing a high only hand.
May have made a runner
Edengren playing a low only hand.
Heads up.
Queen 4-4. Hellmuth, good memories of the Queen 4.
But I'm not giving up on you.
Quick check.
I saw you raise when I saw you with Ace Queen Jack 5 under the gun the first hand.
Double suited. I got to set
The 9 locks it up for Seidensticker at this point. He does check.
Now that's a raising hand.
I got to set the pace for the table, though. I got to show that I'm going to be their table captain.
Good. There's the table captains of the guys on.
After your opponent checks twice, I mean, not betting
And
ace 10
for the
here
record,
is
you were like this that first hand. If you were up, I would have probably never.
kind of criminal. You know you're betting for value at this point, but Seidensticker once again
I never claimed to be a great player.
leaning towards the side of playing tight. Hellmuth still plenty of chips at this point, 3 million.
Good game. There you go.
All right, we're back to Big O. So far, the limit game's doing quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, it is funny that people are so afraid of playing these big bet games. And yes, obviously, like we just saw, you can get in 30 big blinds pre after it goes pot, repot, call. But the limit games it's just so expensive every single street. You know, you're going to lose at least 1 million chips if you get scooped in a pot. Whereas in this game, with the big blind only being 100K, you're not likely to lose 1 million chips unless you have a big confrontation.
But you played well since then. I thought I was a little loose 8-handed, but I accept your explanation.
If you're just tuning in for the first time, this game, Big O, is 5-card Pot-Limit Omaha Hi-Lo, a local Vegas cash game favorite. Have you played any cash games this summer?
I played 3 sessions this summer for,
so I owe 50?
I don't know, maybe 12 or 15 hours total.
Calls for 100.
I've made it deeper in tournaments this year than I did last year.
Okay, good news.
Which is good, and there's way more tournaments I want to play this year, so
Raised to 300.
I'm excited to not be playing as much cash, but the money gained from cash games does help losing tournament buy-ins.
That's 300.
Hellmuth is putting himself in a spot out of position with a hand that's not very good. It's kind of just bleeding chips, unfortunately. Yes, you're getting the right price to call, but you have to flop something very special to continue with the king-queen 10-9-5 against the chip leader on your left, who has shown a big propensity to be very aggressive. He might be the anti-Phil Hellmuth. He might be the this is the way to play against Phil Hellmuth, because he's
check and you have to bluff out at once.
so white magic and apt to make big folds to save chips.
Correct, hand 2.
A little refresher for those just tuning in. Kevin Gerhardt in the booth with us, 4-time bracelet winner. 2 of those came in Pot-Limit Omaha variants. He's also known as the teacher or the hater, as we've established today. If you want brutal honesty about your poker game, just buy him dinner.
There you go. Perfect. And you'll make a final table some percentage of the time.
I'm 50, right?
How much does the shorthanded play affect these games? Is it similar to how it affects Hold'em?
Huge. Like I said, you only have 10% per person to wake up with a hand that contains an ace and a deuce in it. So your ranges must open up quite a lot when you start losing more players. You know, we're only down to 40% of the time we're going to see someone with ace deuce. So waking up with a hand that contains ace 3, ace 4 should widen your range quite a bit. We've seen everyone at this table, maybe without Phil Hellmuth, but I mean Seidensticker has not been aggressive in the right spots at all. Yet he's kind of just sitting back and waiting for the right hand. I really like how Juvancic has played so far, especially picking on Phil Hellmuth. Not because it's Phil Hellmuth, just because he's playing his position with his chip stack very profitably.
Yeah, James Juvancic from Westchester, Illinois, 660K in career tournament earnings. His largest cash dating back to 2016 when he got 4th in a WSOP circuit event. Also had a run in the main event that year, finished 136th, and traveled abroad to make a final table at the EPTM Prague in their Eureka 1K event. Juvancic has not had many big scores as of late. This by far and away his best cash since 2016.
We are definitely going to see a confrontation here. I would love if Seidensticker pots it here. He has the wrap on the high side to make Broadway. Any 9, 10, queen, or king gives him the nut straight, and he has the nut low draw on the low side. Any 4, 5, 6, or 7 gives him the nut low. There are so many cards that he can catch on the turn to just give him a hammerlock on this hand, one side or the other. He doesn't go with the full size pot raise, but he does find the 3x. I really like this play. It's super hard for Edengren to put it in with just top 2 pair and a bad gut shot at this point. No low equity at all.
Oh, there's the Sai.
Yep.
As soon as a player's size, it becomes a hand funeral.
Yeah, right. There's the hand funeral too, right?
Yeah.
Show the top two and fold. I don't like showing that because now it kind of goes to show that you're willing to fold hands that have pretty good high equity. I mean, it's the right fold, especially against someone like Seidensticker who's been playing very passively. But showing it is not what you want to be doing. I don't
What
think.
are they? 125, 120?
I think Juvancic is gonna
61-20.
jump on that on later hands for sure.
It's funny how Juvancic is in direct position versus Hellmuth, but directly out of position versus Edengren, who's been probably the most aggressive pre-flop player.
Yeah, he has been opening some hands that you might not want to open in a 7 or 8 handed game, but the point of the previous hand that Edengren made a mistake was not raising pre-flop. He's seen Seidensticker fold
Phil Hellmuth limp.
a lot of hands.
Third call's 125.
I'm the only one that's allowed to limp.
Right in your puck.
This is interesting. This is a hand you could definitely limp 4-handed under the gun and fold to aggression. People are unlikely to 3-bet you, and you have an okay hand for high equity. You just have to smash this board.
All right, so Hellmuth here involved from the big blind.
Yeah, and Hellmuth not raising here is actually really good for him. He pulls in the other two players, and hopefully he makes the nut low, and the other players are both fighting for the high.
Now, with ace-deuce-3 on a flop containing 5-8, Hellmuth has a great chance to make the best low.
All right, he blocks the nut flush draw. He has a pair. He has an uncounterfeitable low draw. If he hits a 3, that's a set for him. He should be betting this flop a lot.
How much is that?
480.
Pot.
And there it is. Hellmuth fires out pot.
I don't really know if I like the pot sizing here. I think I just want to try and build. It's hard to get called by anything. I mean, Juvancic is just in there with the king high flush draw and one pair and a gut shot. I mean, I don't know. I'd be scared in Juvancic's spot when Phil Hellmuth is potting.
King hits on the turn.
This is the worst part about betting pot as Phil Hellmuth is now you have to check out of position.
Check.
And Juvancic is just going to pot it here, and now you have to make a decision basically for your tournament life. And the pot is just so inflated at this point.
Hellmuth in a very difficult situation here. Does not hit his low on the turn. Juvancic, as you can see, with 2 flush draws. Also has top 2 pair.
Does not feel fair.
And the open-ended straight draw.
Had him fucked like 3 times. Offsuit king, huh? Just relax, Phil. Of course you have it. That's what you do. You know, the margins are thin here, very thin. He's going to give it to you. You just can't run out of money first.
Hellmuth almost at peace with how bad this situation is for him. Not seeing his usual almost aggressive demeanor, more so disappointed.
I already know what's coming, Phil. The script is written. He's going to draw dead 3 hands, and you're going to win the tournament. Here, this is what I bet with, son.
Again, showing.
That's what I potted with on the flop.
Hellmuth trending down as Juvancic continues to trend up. Things not looking good for the 17-time bracelet winner.
And that really does go to show you how important being in position is.
I understand aggression.
Yeah,
okay, buddy.
I think Phil
chin dead in a minute here.
unfortunately did that to himself.
Oh, I'm so tilted.
120, 120.
I'm so tilted, but I kind of know what's going to happen if I don't run out of money. He has to keep blasting. Has to keep blasting. They don't know when they're supposed to slow down. They really don't.
Hellmuth down to 1.9 million.
350.
Still
350,000.
a workable stack, but
maybe I'm supposed to call there.
That's 2 hands not going his way in very short order.
No aggression.
So on that flop, is Juvancic just calling with the idea to fire any big card on the turn just because of how face-up Tommy's hand is?
Right, like I was talking about earlier, the way to win in these games is to build a pot on the flop and then take away your opponent's equity on the turn. And that's exactly what Juvancic did. He knows that Phil is potting there with a nut low draw. I mean, you have top 2 pair with 2 flush draws and an open ender. You're pretty happily putting your money in on that exact turn card, and you know you're denying the low half of the pot to Hellmuth. Scripted it perfectly. I think the Hellmuth made the only mistake in that hand.
I'll get lucky a few hands.
Play race at 300,000.
Enough time.
Hellmuth will continue to steam until he wins a hand.
Yep. And then it'll be happy, jovial Phil again.
A round of fist pumps.
Right.
And 7.
Good job on making it this far, guys.
Right, exactly.
Get out of my way.
Can I get another hot dog, please?
Ace, deuce, 3-3. You don't raise because you're trapping.
Slide this. I want to get these on. Shut the chips up a little bit. I want to get them on your stack. Yeah, I want to get them on the.
No, Phil, you don't raise because you don't have high equity. You know that checking in that spot and seeing a flop is the correct play, which I'm glad you didn't stick in all your money with that hand pre-flop, or else I would have had to call ICM suicide.
Should slow down, but they don't understand. They should slow down, but they don't understand.
ICM suicide, of course, not really a factor for Hellmuth. For him, this is a winner-take-all.
Right, that is true, but if he raises in that spot, his chances of winning the tournament just not great.
Juvancic continues to control the table here, going head-to-head with Seidensticker as we're still playing Big O. Ace 6-5 Rainbow comes out.
Really good flop for Seidensticker here. They're tied on the low with 3-4. Neither player can make a better low, but Seidensticker has the ace-king high and 48% equity on the high side to win 3/4 of the pot as it stands right now. Those look like raisin chips, or is he just counting out his stack?
Yeah, is Seidensticker supposed to try and build the pot here?
I don't think so. I think we just call.
Play raise for 1,580,000.
I mean, I kind of like it because he doesn't know that Juvancic has the 3-4 for the open ender with the same low. You're putting your opponent in a really, really tough spot, but this flop does really smash his hand. Juvancic could consider that Seidensticker has just a deuce 3, deuce 3-4 maybe, trying to bully him out of half the pot, but without an ace here with just queens, he cannot continue. I think Seidensticker would have gotten more value continuing with a call on this flop, but I don't hate raising and just taking down the pot right now.
For the first time, we see Juvancic put under pressure himself He's been the one dishing out so far.
All right.
And there it is. Juvancic goes for it. We're playing a big one here. Seidensticker all in for 2.45 million. As you can see, they are chopping the low. They both have 4-3.
They have 3-4.
Yeah, if Seidensticker knew that Juvancic was going to put in the rest of the chips with this exact hand, raising was the perfect play. I'm really surprised with Juvancic putting in just a 3-4 low with queens, right? We have 2 4s in our hand, so we unblock the 2-3 that could be looming. And if he has an ace or 1 pair and drawing to 2 pair, our queens just shrivel up so fast.
Yeah, Juvancic now looking for running diamonds or a queen.
Oh, queen.
Or the last
four.
In the deck.
Yeah, the last 4 in the deck.
Ooh,
oh, there's the first diamond.
Oh, man.
Comes out on the turn.
Diamonds, wow.
Seidensticker having to take a deep breath here on the turn. His tournament life is on the line here.
No, he's locked up.
Oh, he's locked up for the low.
A quarter of the pot for the low. This is just who's.
Oh!
Nope. Ace is full of kings.
Ace is full of kings. Of course I saw that.
Yeah.
Of course I saw that. Focused on the diamond here, but Seidensticker turns his ace-king into a runner-runner full house. And look at this. Instead of getting only a quarter, he gets 3/4.
Right, so he increases his stack by 50% at the expense of Juvancic. So Seidensticker started with about 3 million. Juvancic owes him half, 50% of the value of his stack by getting 3/4 in this pot. A quick note, on the turn, they would have gotten all in anyways. So it really didn't matter how Seidensticker played it, whether he made it to raise on the flop or the turn, all the money would have gone in anyways.
Just pull it over. Okay,
You can just count that half.
There's 1 million.
Yep.
1.3.
If you're enjoying our coverage here on YouTube, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We have daily highlights on our YouTube channel. We had Ivy's recent 11th bracelet victory on the YouTube feed as well. So much exciting poker action happening between now and the end of July. And guess what? Today we're exactly a month away from knowing who wins the World Series of Poker main event. Main event kicking off in the first week of July. If you're not yet subscribed to PokerGo, better do that right now. We'll have daily main event coverage every single day. Trying to make our way to find out who wins that $10 million top prize, and that's just me sort of guesstimating what those payouts are ultimately going to be. We have a promo code. It is WSOP24YT to save $20 on your annual sub for PokerGo.com. And this week it is all about high roller action. The 100K super high roller no limit hold'em is started today. We have 2 days coverage, day 2 and day 3 tomorrow, exclusively on PokerGo.com. So don't miss that. And if you're just satisfied with our YouTube coverage, then just make sure you're subscribed, turn on notifications. We have daily clips, like I said, also lots of live streams.
Yeah, the 100K is going to be really good. They're just under 100 entries at this point, plus there's still late registration open and re-entry.
Big O, right?
Definitely going to have some really big names at that final table.
Oh, we already had 5.
Donnie and I have discussed this many times.
That's 6 cards.
Day 2 sometimes more interesting than the final table, when you see how those stacks are built.
Yes, exactly. Where people are playing chip EV instead of ICM. Once it gets down to close to the money, then the play kind of differs. But true poker being played to try and accumulate chips up to that point is really a treat to watch. Seidensticker not in trouble anymore. I mean, he's at 30 blinds. All it takes is one hand just to get 3/4 of a pot, and you're right back to where you should be.
Okay.
I mean, he was down to like 500K.
I know. And Hellmuth is now now the short stack. I'm surprised Juvancic didn't raise the ace-3 under the gun. He's been known to gear towards more aggression with his big stack. He would have flopped the ace-3 low draw and a pair of 9s.
But that's 150,000.
Now, because Hellmuth is so much shorter, players are looking to take stabs at him because they know that his ability to fight back is very much limited.
Yeah, and they know that Hellmuth is trying to play very fit or fold poker. He wants to make something that contains the nuts or is drawing to the nuts. So I think putting on the aggression, especially when Hellmuth is down to 15 big blinds in these big bet games, is going to work towards the other player's advantage. We have seen Edengren kind of slow down from what he was doing when there were more players at this table. I wish he would keep up the aggression. It just works so well in these fields.
Dark calls.
I mean, I have been advocating for full ring, more limping strategy, more trying to outplay post flop, more trying to see 3 cards. But I think Seidensticker off his stack with the hand that he was dealt, he's just going to get so many folds so often instead of letting players in. Hellmuth here flopping a pair and a flush draw with a gut shot. Juvancic flopping top pair with the open ender. Turns a set. Seidensticker turns a flush draw.
Flip bet's 275,000.
And Hellmuth with the queen blocker is trying to represent queen jack, I believe.
Also perhaps wanting to take a stab after seeing no aggression.
Yeah, checking around on the flop. I don't know if this is the particular turn card you want to do it on. It brings open a lot of heart draws. I mean, you're repping exactly queen jack. It is going to work at this point because no one else had anything.
Beautiful,
So
beautiful. Oh, come on, chat. Let's get some hype going for Hellmuth. He's been having a rough go at it. He's had to lay down a few monsters. Maybe this will turn it around.
Which days? 10-10 here?
yeah, a lot of the
No, I
times
didn't ask. I know you
aggression
didn't
in this post flop pays off
I'll
so
tell you,
much.
what did you have when it came king queen?
That's right. I don't care that hand. Oh, the king queen hand.
Where it came queen 8-5, and I potted it.
Top 2 and 2 flush draws.
Jesus.
130, 250.
He's not lying. He even had more than that, Phil.
Yeah, you're in bad shape. Your low draw was
And I'll tell you what I had. I just had
250.
Yeah, 250. We're on the limit.
That's the limit.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Fold that. Fold that stuff here. Oh, was it 130?
No, he said he said what he had that hand. He wasn't lying about it. He said diamond draw and straight draw.
130, 250.
I mean, I had a pair.
Yeah, I had 130. Right?
I had a pair and a flush draw and a straight draw, but diamonds.
Yeah, I turned bottom shot.
130, 250. Limits are 250, 500.
So I had outs. 7 or a
Yes.
jack or a diamond.
It's not much, but you can see that winning one hand just lightens the mood immediately.
It really does.
It used to be PLO.
Okay, well, I haven't looked at my cards, so this
I haven't
this
either.
hand counts. But what
It should be PLO8 after Big O.
It should be PLO.
This hand
I believe
counts.
him.
I believe it too. This is the card that was here.
Just call
Go
for
for it. Floor.
Just look. You have a sheet. You have a structure sheet. Take a look.
Not with me. No.
It's always PLO after Big O.
Yeah, I believe
Been
him.
for 3 days.
It is for sure PLO if Hellmuth has aces.
It's 10:30 p.m. on day 3, and
We
we
just
are
finished
asking
Big
what
O,
the
and
rotation
you-
of the game is.
It's not about whether the plaques are in order. Can you see the structure sheet?
Yeah, it should be PLO. PLO out there and the number 1 out there.
Guys, 60, 120, 120 for the blinds.
Yeah.
We're still at the same
So
level.
does this hand not count? I haven't looked yet.
It's all good,
This is
guys.
going to be the first hand appeal? Okay, yeah, first hand appeal.
Everyone still has 4 cards. The button's right.
120.
Yeah, 6120.
Yeah, yeah.
This hand
It's
counts.
not your fault. The
Get it going.
those buttons get mixed up.
Thanks.
It's not your fault.
120.
The buttons get mixed up. It happened at the other table like twice.
Yeah.
But the players know, except I don't pay that close attention. He's like, it's always PLO, and I'm like, I'll bet on him. I bet he's right.
1 second.
The players
Yeah,
know.
6120, 120.
The players know.
All right. I need your 120, and player raise to 300,000.
Okay, Seidensticker, ace 3, 5, 6. We've seen him fold under the gun full ring. Hand stronger than this. Does decide to raise. I like that he's using his stack to his advantage. It's an interesting spot. Edengren could call. He could raise. The only thing he can't do is fold. You really don't want 9s in your hand in PLO8 though, but they are double suited, and you can flop a set.
All right, what's up?
There is the call from Edengren.
I like the passive line way more than the aggressive line. This is not the flop you wanted to see as Edengren, although you have 2 backdoor flush draws. Seidensticker flops the nut low with the wheel wrap.
Player bets 500,000.
I don't know what this is trying to accomplish. Honestly, we don't block anything. I mean, we have an ace in our hand, but we expect Seidensticker to have an ace in his hand every single time. So Seidensticker has the uncounterfeitable nut low locked up the low half of this portion. Any ace, 3, 5, 6, or 7 will give him a straight to go along with his nut low. He's not afraid of any flush draw on this flop. There's no world where he doesn't raise on this spot, although he probably should just call because his hand is so strong.
Yeah, if he saw Edengren's hand, he would just call.
Right.
But you know, he doesn't necessarily know that, so.
Right. He wants to get paid from other ace 3 combinations, which he expects Edengren to have a lot of.
Raise to 1.7 million.
Yeah, he's just gonna win at this point. I like the aggression from Edengren, I really do, but just not in the spots where you don't have a 3 blocker, you don't have really high equity with your pair of 9s. Yeah, you have 2 backdoor flush draws and you block an ace for the ace 3, but it's just unwarranted, honestly.
60, 120, 120, please.
All right, now we are playing Pot-Limit Omaha. I feel like we have to switch out the plaque.
Fold.
Right?
Well, last hand was Pot-Limit Omaha, 8 or better.
Oh, 8 or better, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're playing PLO8 now. Just finished Big O.
Sounds good. Hand number 3.
All right, let's see how Hellmuth. I want Hellmuth to get dealt something that contains an ace and a deuce and a queen, right? I want to see if he's willing to put his money in sub 20 big blinds as the shortest stack by far pre-flop, or if he is just going to call 100% and try to outplay post-flop, which he really hasn't been able to do at this final table. He's under what he started with. I just want one hand where we see pre-flop aggression from Hellmuth.
And the thing is that even if the hand is not the nuts, he's likely to get away from it because, or get away with it because people are going to perceive it so strongly because he doesn't raise all that often.
Right. True. I mean, you're not going to get Edengren to fold aces. We've seen him. We've seen him very, very happily stick in 30 big blinds with aces. Okay, Hellmuth should not raise this hand. We should just call. Our pair of deuces is not good for the high against. I guess it is a 3x open.
Pot.
Okay.
Wow, Hellmuth comes over the top
Here
from
we
the
go.
big blind.
Player raised to
He said call?
1,560,000. Player calls. Player raised
Oh.
to 1,560,000.
Quick call from Edengren. He didn't even.
Calls.
I'm pretty sure Edengren thought Hellmuth was all in.
Yeah,
which he is not all in.
Wow.
And he just said call.
Okay, so Hellmuth has 335,000 left behind here.
1,560,000.
The quest for number 18 is at risk here.
So we have the same scenario that we had earlier with Edengren having aces against a hand that has good low equity, but I mean the high equity is.
Is that right? I can raise 300, call 300. How much can I make it?
He made it 350.
He made it 350, right?
Yeah. So that's
350, 350, and 75.
1.05 plus 60.
1.1 million 60,000. 1,100,006. 1 million.
Can you just put the 60 right here? Put no, his
It's
60
it's
right there.
it's 1.1 million.
So 350, I can raise 350. I can raise 760 more, right?
350 times 3
1.11.
is 1,050,000 plus 60. 1,150,000.
Should be 1,110,000.
Yeah,
right.
1.11.
Okay, I want you to go slow. So you think
I just
it's
said I
how much?
wanted to turn my brain off and stop calculating pot, and we're doing it from in here.
Yeah, it's 350 plus 350 plus 60 on
That's
top
not what
of
I
the
came up
350,
Right.
which gives us 1,110,000.
Yep. 1.11.
1 million.
And
Okay,
then
you
with
keep-
the
you
call
keep
from
saying- you keep
Edengren, there's
saying
going to
the
be over
number.
2.2
So
out there.
If I can raise 350, 350, and his 60, is that right?
No, 350.
That is
times
no. That's right. That's right, Phil.
Yeah.
900. Yeah, that's 1 million.
So I can raise 760 more, is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I know it's right, but whatever.
It's funny how everyone has different ways of calculating.
And they all came to the same answer.
760 more.
But the when he says
Yeah, but
that,
they've still
350
been
and
getting the
760,
final
right?
answer wrong. They've said 1,150,000.
Right.
They're 40 high.
350 and
Yeah, it definitely was
760.
not 1.56. That was originally stated.
Because I have 3, 5.
minor detail of playing
And
pot
then
limit
60.
games is knowing how to calculate the pot.
Right.
1.1 million.
Well, everyone just relies on the dealer, and the dealer is not a robot. I mean, being a poker dealer is a very difficult and thankless job.
I see 1 million, 1.1 million 10,000 is what I see.
Yes.
Yes. See, if
Just
Edengren
call
just
for
said
him,
all in,
it's just easier.
this would have been avoided.
Listen, he opened for 350,000, right?
Oh my
I
gosh.
said pot, he said call. So I think, but I think I can raise 350, 350, and 60. I think I can raise 760 more. Okay? Am I right or wrong?
You're correct. The ante doesn't
Okay,
count.
760 more, right. So whatever that is. So why don't you put in 350 and then 760 more? It doesn't matter. We'll figure it out.
It doesn't matter, although he was the one that brought it up that it mattered.
360 and 7.
I mean, it matters in this case because
That's what I
Phil
think,
is
1
not
million.
all
Yeah,
in,
that's what I
and
have. Do you have it as well?
there is a world. It's
No,
a
it
very
looks like you
small
have more.
world where Phil folds and like has chips left or whatever.
Right.
You know,
Right.
like so. If
Yeah.
that were to happen, then we obviously need the pot to get right. If they're just going to get it all in, then whatever, it doesn't matter. But because Edengren said call, it's only a call for Phil's pot size 3-bet, so he still has chips behind.
All right, here we go. Finally, to the flop. We're playing Pot-Limit Omaha Hi-Lo. It comes Jack, Jack 8, and Hellmuth moves all in right away. He's got the ace deuce of spades. Backdoor for the
spade or
low,
deuce, I guess.
as Edengren has aces for the high.
I misread you. I thought you were weak before the fact you were strong.
Hellmuth off with the read here, as we have basically 4 million in the middle.
So Hellmuth needs a spade or a deuce, or running cards to make a low for half of the pot. Edengren can lock it up with the one of ace of diamonds left in the deck. Or a jack.
Turn card is the 5 of diamonds. Now Hellmuth opens his way up towards a low. helpful card for him. Hellmuth does need to improve here. Edengren's aces in the lead, but he cannot make a low. River card is the 8 of hearts. The board pairs, and that is it. The quest for number 18 is put back on pause as Phil Hellmuth hits the rail in 4th place. He couldn't get much going at this final table. He will collect $64,000 for his efforts in this event.
Break after this level.
And sadly,
I hope so.
he will have to wait another event for a chance to extend his lead in the overall World Series of Poker Bracelet ranking.
Aces somehow. Why can't I catch a break? These guys have been so fucking lucky against me, and they're playing so bad. It's unbelievable. I mean, and the one guy, he's only alive because somebody played out a turn.
Time just increased.
Yeah, the guy in the 2 seat was.
That hand, right?
Somebody folded out a turn, which caused someone to raise.
I think it is.
Otherwise, he's out.
Yeah. Yep.
The whole thing's a little frustrating, but I mean, whatever. I mean, I really thought maybe I'd catch a break there. Maybe I'd hit a spade, or at least a low.
Hellmuth bemoaning his luck in the background. Send your GGs into the chat. I know you guys are all here to watch the Hellmuth show.
So lucky.
3 players left in this event, battling for the bracelet. Hellmuth making his exit, and we'll see him again in whatever event is next. Thank you all for tuning in. I know many of you will probably leave, but much love to those sticking around, as we do have a World Series of Poker bracelet on the line, and neither of these players have one. So 196K and the bracelet up top. We're going to continue to call the action until the night concludes.
Yeah, Hellmuth is definitely playing the 10K Raz tomorrow. That will be
Raz is his game.
Yes.
That's 120.
That was the 4th cash for Phil Hellmuth this series. His 73rd WSOP final table.
That's wild. Now, okay, back to this calculating of the pot size. I've been taught to do it in a very specific way. Tell me if I'm wrong. I was always taught 3 times the last bet plus the rest.
That's how I do it too.
Okay, so
Hellmuth was doing the same thing, but just
60, right?
in a more convoluted way, the old school way of doing it, right? So you can raise what your opponent raised, and then you can raise that amount again, and then you can raise whatever is left.
Right.
So he was doing the exact same thing. It was just addition instead of multiplication.
Right. So for the people at home, if you ever play a pot limit game, 3 times the last bet plus the rest. That is the easiest way to calculate it. Now, stacks are pretty close between these 3, all playing for their first bracelet. I'm going to put a poll in the chat to figure out who you guys think is going to win this thing.
And pretty deep, too.
They're very deep. No one is in danger. No one is short.
That queen, 3, 4, 4 is a little bit light, but I didn't. Yeah, I almost folded, and I almost checked the flop, to be honest. But I wanted to put some pressure on him, and I thought a lot of times he could just have like a high hand or just a low hand. I thought because I had a both two-way hand, and like, yeah, it was.
Love the little insights there.
He's gonna be aggressive.
Little analysis from the players talking to their rail. They're still mic'd up, of course.
Right, yeah. I'm going to say aggression is going to pay off so much more when you get shorthanded in these fields. You're just not going to see as many hands making the nuts one way or the other. You're going to have more mediocre holdings, and people are going to want to win pots without showdown. So whoever is the most aggressive
Honestly, I don't need that
from this
info.
point on is going to win this tournament, in my opinion.
I mean, if you see anything that I need to know about, if I see anything that I need to know about, let me know.
Bet 300.
I'm sure we have people on their rail that have been watching the entire time and relaying hands.
They've probably been saying that, oh, Kevin Gerhardt thinks you suck.
It could be true. It could be true. No offense to the guy that busted out, but
Thank you.
it's not my style of playing this game for sure.
It's also in a way a slippery slope sometimes, because
Yes, I can hear you.
we're here to entertain, and we're also here to perhaps teach people a thing or two. But what fun would it be if we always stayed so on the surface that there was never any room for opinion? And ultimately, it's opinions on how people play, and we don't know the dynamics. We don't know if these guys play against each other every day in cash games. We have no idea what goes on there. So take everything with a grain of salt. It is still just our opinion at the end of the day.
Raise to 250. Can you put your cards over the box?
sorry.
Thank you.
It's been a long time since I've been at a final table where you had to put your cards on a reader. So maybe I'm old and washed up. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. These guys made it here and I didn't.
Immediately the tone of this final table has changed. I feel as though before players were focused on Hellmuth, now they're focused on themselves, and
it's hard with reach in.
It's pretty quiet here now all of a sudden.
So the 10K horse that I won a couple years ago, one of the coaches on Run It Once decided to make a video of the hands that he thought were most relevant of the final table. And some of the pots that I played were involved, actually most of the pots that I played were involved in that discussion with him analyzing my play versus everyone else's play at the table. And he actually did make some constructive criticism. I'm not going to say negative comments, but constructive criticism about how I played certain hands at the final table. So obviously, I make mistakes all the time, just like everyone else. Like I said, it's so easy to sit here, look at these cards, and know the equities. But when you're sitting there at the table, sometimes things just take over that you can't control, and you end up doing something that you regret later. So I've had it happen to me too, and I'm a big fan of constructive criticism. Unless you're Alan Kessler and you're listening to this, then just leave it alone, buddy. Once again, here's a pot where
I didn't see it. Sorry.
Like that.
Where aggression is going to reign supreme here. Edengren with a gut shot and an okay low draw, but it's so hard to make a nutted hand one way or the other when you only have 3 players. Yeah, Juvancic just gets to win this pot for free with any bet from Edengren at any point in this hand, just very easily winning the hand. Just giving up 300,000 chips for nothing.
Donnie, for how slow this event was on day 2 and also the start of today, this final table has been rather fast.
Yeah, they've been moving things along quite nicely, which, is a breath of fresh air. You don't always see the pace of play like this, but it's been good. Had plenty of all-ins. I know they all haven't resulted in bust-outs, but plenty of action here today.
Seidensticker, his first WSOP cash dates back to 2007. Finished in the money in a 2K Omaha 8-or-better event, won by Frankie Odell, beating Thang Lu heads up. Marcel Lusk also at that final table, throwing it way back.
Marcel.
Wow. Tiger Lu, too. Tiger Lu plays in the big game at Resorts World.
Is that because he can't play here?
Yeah, true. You know the story.
Well, yeah, I do. I was there.
You were there?
I was there when it happened.
I see.
Yeah, I was in the room, let's say that.
Okay, so Seidensticker with the min raise on the button with ace-ace deuce-7. The first ace-ace deuce I think we've seen all final table. It's a very rare combination, but it's the most powerful starting hand you can have in this game. Just to get the queen jack 9 flop, Edengren flopping the bottom end of the straight. Juvancic with 2 king blockers to the nuts does decide to lead out. He's going to have the most connectivity with this board. Let's see how Edengren decides to play this hand. Reminder, there's no low possible this hand. You need 3 low cards unpaired to make a qualifying low. Edengren does decide he's going to raise right here with the bottom end of the straight, probably just to get information. Maybe raise for a little bit of value. He knows he can fold if Juvancic comes over the top with another raise. But I think he's just going to take it here. I always think to myself in this spot, the longer I think, the less likely it is I have the nuts. Right. So the longer I think, the more not believable it is if I were to make another raise at that point. I hate that thought because you should be balanced in these situations, but man, that sucks.
Here's a look at the Las Vegas skyline to remind you of our PokerGo offerings. More than 300 hours of live streams right now. Subscribe to PokerGo.com. Use promo code WSOP24YT for $20 off your first year of a new annual plan. Man, we have a lot coming up. 2 days of 100K high roller action, multiple days of 50K Poker Player Championship action, and of course, daily coverage of the upcoming World Series Poker main event.
You read me.
You better just get in the mix right now. Oh, by the way,
the
new season of High Stakes Poker dropping after the WSOP. Already filmed.
Probably
editing it right now. It'll be ready for you very, very shortly.
Even though I don't play No Limit, I still watch every episode.
Oh, we have the limit. Okay.
Does your girlfriend ever get crazy from you just seemingly constantly watching poker?
No, especially not recently. She just started going back to school for her master's degree, so that's been taking up most of her time.
Yes.
Okay.
You guys are both basically trying to get a master's.
Yeah.
Your degree is in
Pokernomics.
True, but 500?
University of Mixed Games.
So this game, like I said earlier, is going to play bigger than the other 2 games. It takes 2 special hands to collide. In the other 2 games, people really have to want to put in money, where this is, it plays bigger because instead of having 120K big blind, the big blind is 250K. And you're forced to bet exactly 500,000 on the turn and the river if you decide to bet. So this is where the stacks will change.
Don't forget to scan.
Me?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel as though the limit portion of this rotation has the most potential also for multi-way action.
Yes.
And of course, the more people involved, the more chances we have at significant pots. Jack 9 deuce rolls off the deck here. We are playing Omaha Hi-Lo, the limit format. Juvancic flops.
Very interestingly, both players could have bet that flop. It's unlikely that the button connects with the Jack 9 flop in any facet, and Juvancic has 2 kings and a jack which block top pair. You could very easily bet that flop and take it down without any resistance from the button open. He does wait till the turn to bet, and then Edengren on the button does decide to call with the nut low draw and a pair of jacks.
Okay. Check. Oh, yeah, kings. There's a king.
Thought he said king. No, 2 of them, sir, plural.
Juvancic back up to 10 million, just shy. Very impressed with this play so far.
I completely agree. I think he's played the best out of anyone at this table. He's gone for some really creative lines, really awesome bluffs that we've gotten to see. He has missed some value spots, but you can't play everything perfectly. I know I don't.
Anytime I see a chip leader exercise said chip lead, I'm a fan overall. You know.
Yeah, I agree.
It's almost like too often you see people kind of sit back when they get the chip lead and not really do much. So we did see a lot of that yesterday on last night's stream, but Juvancic definitely thinks like, or feels like he's trying to go out and win the bracelet versus just letting it come to him.
Right. Agreed. I think he should be raising this small to big.
Check. Check.
But Edengren has played incredibly passive ever since we got to 4 or 5 handed. He's just
he started off like really aggressive,
right?
You know, getting in there, and then he kind of, I don't know what necessarily shifted. Maybe he felt like it wasn't working, you know, but he did seemingly back off the gas a little bit.
Yes.
And then Seidensticker, I think, has just played his game throughout, you know, a little bit more on the conservative side, but for him it's worked out, and he's found his way to 3-handed play. And they often say, and we know that all the money is in the top 3. So you kind of get to the top 3, do whatever you have to do. You know, you make some sort of ICM maneuvers or whatnot, maybe play conservatively at times. But then once you get to the top 3, you can be a little bit more free, kind of, you know, start to let the chips fly a little bit, knowing that you locked up a very good payday at this point.
Yeah, not only that, you should just ramp up aggression and increase your ranges based on number of players left at the table.
Yep.
I don't think anyone except for maybe Juvancic has been adjusting accordingly. It's been a lot of call, check,
Oh, he's still in
you know,
2
single bet type of spots.
It's been a trend that Di and I have been noticing is that when you get down to 3-handed play or even to heads-up play, there is almost more of a urge to protect your chips versus wanting to advance and try to win more.
Right.
I mean, your chips are a tool, and you should be using those tools. I mean, they're really weapons, right? You should, you should deploy them as such.
Yeah, it all depends on who's at the final table as well, right? If you have someone who's been there a lot, who has a tendency to be aggressive, I mean, the chips will fly.
Or do you want to do it early? You really
I really
way easier than what they are now.
Still pause up. Fine with it. We continue. We blind you off it. That's fine.
Yeah, we'll just blind.
Just go. No, I'm kidding. Yes.
Friendly atmosphere here at the table. We are not taking a break, just so you know. We have plenty of slip, as they call it, which allows us for some time travel. Regulars of the channel will know about our time travel abilities. By the way, if you're still around, much love to you. You guys are the real ones. You got to go stick around. You can't just watch a movie and when the main character dies that you just walk out of the movie theater. You gotta see who comes out on top. Also, if you are still with us, please make sure to like this video and become a subscriber of our YouTube channel. Daily clips, like I said, this morning we dropped a 25-minute highlight package of Nick Schulman winning his 5th bracelet.
I really got it.
If you want to see a
right,
chip leader, use their chips.
Exactly.
We haven't had a break since dinner break.
Go watch that 25K final table that Nick Schulman won. I mean, wow.
Looks like Seidensticker is gonna.
I mean, I'm okay with doing it if he allows it.
Make sure to get a brief little interruption in action, but we'll just skip right through that if they decide to do that. And there it is. This is called time travel. Octopi Poker is trying to send you to the 2024 Poker Masters. Enter the free social media giveaway for a chance to win. Go to PokerGO.com/winmasters to enter, and we might see you at the 2024 Poker Masters, which is set to take place in the fall at our studio in Las Vegas. All right, back inside the room. Players in their seats again. Let's keep it rolling.
All right, fellas.
How you doing?
Yeah, we're good.
Payouts for the top 3 are as follows: 91,000 for third, 131 for second, and 196 for first.
And what are we playing?
Still playing Omaha Hi-Lo, the limit game. And look at this, ace, ace, 6-5 double suited for Juvancic in the small blind, and kings for Edengren in the big. No low possibility for Edengren, though.
Yeah, but we will see a confrontation here, especially three-handed.
Heads up.
Really good flop, flopping open-ended, backdoor enough flush draw, and the only low draw. Edengren should call at least once here. Hope to turn a king or a jack or a 10 or 9. Does not.
Decides to let it go, and Juvancic gets a little richer.
Dangerously close to 11 million.
Yeah, he almost has half the chips in play.
It's a good feeling three-handed. It's a good feeling at any point in the tournament to have half the chips in play. Not much to look at here for Edengren out of the small blind. Does decide he wants to see 3 cards.
Option raises 2 bets, 500.
We saw the last time this happened. Seidensticker checked back like ace jack 6-3, which is definitely a hand he wants to raise.
God, I forget.
Coming in hot again.
3, 4, 5, 6 double.
I'm here.
All right, boys, ramp up the aggression.
Yeah.
Folding, making your opponents fold is the name of the game at this point. You're not going to make the nuts
Last hand,
as much as you would at a full ring table.
It is really funny how we saw a similar thing happen in yesterday's event, where as it got more and more short-handed, the play got tighter and tighter, which sort of is the opposite of what you would expect.
Yeah, I guess the money was getting more and more real. They're kind of trying to ICM fold into ladders, not really playing to win the tournament, or playing to get into second place and then try to win the tournament.
I'm gonna forget his name.
Calls the 250 option. Option checks. Heads up.
Jack 8, 10 on the flop, too hard. Seidensticker with the hard flush draw.
Checks. That's 250.
I like this check only if we continue. You're never folding in this spot.
Calls 250. Check. Bet 500.
It's funny because the pots are getting big in the limit games instantly.
This is the one that chips are going to change hands for sure.
1 million.
There you go.
Yeah, I should check that. Good bet.
Well played. If that was his intention on the flop, it was very, very well played. Some people just can't help themselves when they're checked too. They just want to fire away.
How you doing, buddy? All right.
130.
New game, guys.
Or I'm what am I?
Normally, like I said, this game should produce more action.
And I'm 80. Right?
But I don't know if these players are adjusting
120.
to only having 30% of the time someone's going to have an ace-deuce combination in their hand.
125, right?
They should be raising a lot of ace-3, ace-4 combinations as well, especially suited hands, hands that contain a lot of high equity, ace-king, queen type hands. Even hands like king, king, 3, 4, 5. We should be raising.
If you have questions in the chat, please send them over. We have Kevin Gerhardt in the booth, 4-time bracelet winner, 2 of which came in Omaha varieties. And one of them in a 10K horse, which includes even more games than that.
That's the claim to fame.
But still, when strangers ask you, what do you do for a living? You say you play poker. The first thing they ask, have you played the main event?
Yeah, they do. I've played it many times. I think up until last year I had a 50% cash rate.
Oh, wow.
But now we've dropped.
Just stop playing, it won't drop any further.
That's true, but I can't not play the main event. Even though I'm not good at 2-card poker anymore, I can't not play the main event.
150?
So as far as No Limit Hold'em advancing very rapidly, you know, solvers and all that, having a huge impact on the way the game is studied, how do you see that, I guess, advancement in technology being applied to the mixed games?
I haven't seen it. I mean, you can build a bot or a machine to calculate anything you want as long as the programmers are as smart as the machines to start out with, right?
Right.
So you can make a solver for any game that you want. You just have to program it properly. If you make a bot that provides you with answers that are just wrong, you know, it's not going to work very well for you.
And of course, there's a lot less incentive to work on that for these games.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, they really don't have a 10,000 person tournament every year for these mixed games.
As far as right and wrong go in these mixed game events, how do you try and get closer and closer to what's optimal? Like, what are ways of studying? Because like you said, if you want to create a bot, it needs to have good inputs, but the same thing goes for self-analysis.
Right. Yeah, I just have a really awesome group of friends that I bounce ideas and hands off of, and we talk about strategies, we talk about different hands that we played in different spots, and you always get differing opinions from different people looking at these type of hands, right? And you just kind of gather all of the information and extrapolate based on your own experiences what you think is the right play at the right time. You're never going to have all of the answers. You could just, in a game like Raz, it's a math problem. There are right and wrong answers in that game based on mathematical evaluations and inputs. It's a very simple game, but it's not an easy game.
Right.
Something about PokerGo.
You're playing a hand like
can only do it till midnight. Or
in Badusi.
What time is it right now?
I don't really know if there's a solver that's going to tell you the right thing to do in every spot, because the game is just so interesting and much more difficult than a game like Raz or Hold'em. We are seeing some pretty powerful holdings three-handed in Big O. Ace King King 10 Deuce is a monstrous hand. Let's see if anyone wakes up with anything that they want to fight with.
Raise 250.
And no one's raising any more than min, whereas we saw in the limit Hold'em, you were forced to raise to 500K
Call to 250.
pre-flop. So this game is playing smaller, but it has the potential to play much bigger if we get two hands that want to put in a lot of money against each other. Seidensticker flopping the nut low draw against the made nut flush of Edengren.
300.
I expect Edengren to just raise here and put on as much pressure as he possibly can to try and take the pot down right now, being out of position. He doesn't want to get any ace deuce, ace four hands the chance to draw at the low.
1.580.
Now, as far as slow playing goes in Omaha varieties, is it just always too risky based on board development, board pairing, and stuff like that, or could you make the case in a spot like this?
It's dependent on being in position versus out of position, right? We saw being in position earlier with the Hellmuth hand where he was forced to fold the turn when the offsuit king rolled off. This spot, you really just want to deny equity to any hand that contains a low card that's better than your ace-5. You really just want to take down the pot here because taking down the pot here just wins you an extra 600,000 versus chopping the pot wins you an extra 30,000. So just so much more valuable.
Even though he has the paired board coverage too, making it unlikely for his opponent to have sets.
Right.
You're still wanting to just basically build that pot.
Do they have to?
It's not about building a pot. It's about denying equity. You're trying to get your opponent to fold any hand that can make a low that's better than your ace-5. The only cards that you're happy on the turn are a non-paired like king, jack, 10, or 9. Any other card, you're not happy, and you're out of position. So if you just call in that spot, you need to lead the turn on any card that doesn't pair the board. But if you do that, your opponent could have a low and not fold, and you only win 30,000 compared to winning 600,000 chips by just potting it on the flop.
We have Big O.
Big O, we're on the 5th hand of Big O.
Put another.
You raised it to
8160.
Okay, so I go 80 then. Okay. I got it. Thank you.
We are back on Big O.
They had
Hopefully
on this
seeing some
board, right?
big pots.
Yeah, it's crazy how they can't do that.
Especially for me, I'm not used to this.
Hold'em player?
No, I don't play at all. I don't play so much.
I disagree with that.
That bluff got called instantly.
I played a long time ago, but now I do other things. My sports better.
Sports better, you said?
Yeah.
Kind of surprised by that button fold. I was hoping Juvancic would use his big stack to his advantage. Waking up with an ace and a wheel card, I mean, you should probably be raising, at least min-raising, anything that has an ace and a wheel card in it. Seidensticker's been shown that he wants to fold more than going to war without premium
160,
hands.
you said?
Yes.
Dustin Brown in the chat says, unless these guys get really lucky or switch it up, I don't see a world where Edengren, or Seidensticker topple Juvancic. He's the only one willing to be aggressive in any capacity, so it seems.
It's true. I've noticed the same thing. I just want him to amp it up a little bit. If you have an ace and a wheel card on the button, you should be raising.
Calls the 160. Option. Option checks. Heads up.
4 cards shared by these two players. Neither one has a 10. Whoever is going to show the most aggression in this pot is going to win, which is going to happen a lot in these games. Like I said, it's really hard to make the nuts one way or the other.
That's 200.
It's a great bet.
Gets it done. Aggression pays.
Yeah, and that's just when it's going to come down to the final 3, which is why I think Juvancic is going to end up victorious unless we see some really big hands colliding. Be the type of person that gets a little OCD about dirty chip stacks. You see Juvancic's front chip stack has a green in it. It's a blue stack.
I'm like very particular how I stack my chips.
See, there's a green chip down in there, and no one said anything. It's kind of getting to me a little bit.
I don't normally have my stacks touch one another.
Oh, interesting.
Early in a tournament.
Okay.
But it's like a game to me, because at some point you can't like have 8 stacks like spread out.
Right, all spread out.
So I know that like in my mind, if I get to the point where I have to put them together in like a pyramid, I've like achieved something because I probably am deep enough, or I have too many chips, or something like that. So like it's kind of like a little mental game for me.
Have you ever been the type of person to stack your chips so that they all face the exact same way? The little outside color pieces.
I mean, sometimes if I'm like bored and it's things are dragging on, we're playing slow or whatnot, then I might do that. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever gotten to that point. I don't.
I mean, sometimes you just you're in the middle of a tournament that's every hand is 9 minutes long. It's like what is happening?
That's true. You play no limit tournaments.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't deal with those people.
Check.
Seems like another spot. We don't have the graphics up, but it seems like another spot where first person to show aggression is just going to win this pot. Check, 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 check. And
bet is 250.
Bet. And win.
There you go.
Bet, win. Easy game. Looks like he had 2 pair and a low of some sort.
Still fairly deep here overall are these players.
Yeah, it might take a while to see some true confrontations. I think the game that's going to determine chip stacks is still Limit Omaha 8.
Yeah, and that's always pretty counterintuitive to people. You see it a lot in the 8-game stuff.
Right. Yeah, sometimes those games just play so much bigger than everything else.
I mean, everyone assumes in like the 8-game, 9-game, 10-game stuff that happens. Oh, no limit hold'em PLO, that's where all the blood's gonna happen. But
right.
Not really.
Sometimes
usually it's like
but
sometimes it's like usually deuce to 7 triple draw.
That's
that's the game.
Right. That is a big game. It plays a lot bigger. Games like Raz also play really big because there's someone in the betting lead at all times.
And so many streets of betting. Raz has a lot of streets, and in the stud games, triple draw obviously has 3 different draws that you're going to be betting after. So
right. Seidensticker with 32 blinds here and very pretty looking aces with a 3. Is going to pot it here.
Pot.
You just had to think for 15 seconds. $1.02 million.
The raise is to 1,040,000.
That's right. Small blind is 80K, not 60K. 1.04. We still don't know what Juvancic has, but if he's raising the button, I would assume he has an ace and a wheel card because he had just folded ace 10 10 9 5, the previous orbit on the button.
Heads up.
And just like we said, I mean, it takes 2 special hands to collide.
Yeah, more than 2 million out there. Queen 7 for Rainbow.
I'd be surprised if Seidensticker did anything except for announce pots at this point.
Yeah, pretty good flop for him. He's obviously has those aces.
The queen blocker.
Yep, and then he's got that ace 3.
320.
Backdoor diamonds as well if he does need them. Doesn't look like Juvancic is going to continue here. It does not. Nice pickup there for Seidensticker.
For sure. And a lot of, I'm going to use the word inexperienced, but I don't mean it as such. You kind of just know how they're going to play a hand, right? You know he's going to pot that hand on post-flop. You know he's going to pot that hand on the flop. But the right sizing on the flop probably isn't pot, right? It's probably something to reduce your SPR, which was like 1.5 at that point, reduce it to just around 1 on the turn, and then put the rest of the chips in to try and just get a little bit more value.
Yeah, I mean, I think that general idea is, at least from where I sit, and I'm not a pot-limit Omaha expert by any means, but it seems overlooked in that you just so commonly see 0 or pot, check or pot, and it's like there is stuff in the middle. You know,
Right.
it doesn't always have to be full pot. It doesn't always have to be, oh, if I'm not betting pot, then I have to check. No, like
Right.
you can come with a third pot. You can come with 75%. You know, whatever it means for different things that you're trying to achieve in different hands.
Right, and if you're potting out of the big blind as Seidensticker, you have ace-ace or ace-deuce 100% of the time. There's no other combination of cards that you have in that spot. And we block a queen on that flop, so it blocks Juvancic from having top pair. So we should be going with a smaller sizing because we have such a good hand in both directions. But more inexperienced players are just like, pot, 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 you know, do I win?
Yep.
This is going to be the least action game out of all of them for sure. This is 4-card pot limits. Omaha 8 or better. It's much less likely that anyone wakes up with something good that they want to go to war with.
No.
Is that?
That's you.
That's you.
That's me. Okay.
I need one more. I need one more card.
No, so you're only allowed to play with 4. That's how it's going to work on this hand.
I also always need one more card.
Yeah, if you give me 5, I want 6. We get to 7th Street in stud. I want another card, please. Always one more.
Well, I definitely don't want just 2 cards.
Raise 400,000.
Seidensticker with a raise here.
Yeah, it just takes it down. Like I said, this is going to see the least amount of confrontation between the 2 players. Between the 3 players, if you know, 2 of them have to wake up with something quite massive to get involved in an all-in situation.
Shortest stack right now is Seidensticker, but he still has 36 big blinds, so that is plenty to work with.
Yeah.
You know, normally you get 3-handed in a tournament, especially something that involves big bets, and you know you're a bit shorter than that overall. So there is plenty of playability here among these final 3.
Raise 320,000.
See, I like this. I like the min-raise size. Your opponents are playing very face up. They don't really want to defend anything that doesn't look like a good hand to them. You should be doing this with more hands as Juvancic has the chip leader. Nice pickup of 400,000 just for making it 300K. 320
Shows
on
the
button.
ace deuce there. Just letting them know, it's, you know, wasn't just on the button. Had a decent hand too.
I still see that green chip in the front stack.
It would bother me if I was, say, in like Edengren's seat. Like
I would have said something for sure.
Juvancic clearly doesn't see it, so like
Right.
it can't bother him because he just doesn't see it. But if I was on the other side of the table, like looking at it, I'd be like, "Sir, sir, can we?
I'd
My
honestly
OCD is freaking out.
Right.
Can we fix this?"
Sometimes people get tilted that they have
No, he
75,000
kept
less
it in
chips
there,
than what
didn't
they
you?
thought they
Or no?
did. So I would just do
So
that
I thought
just
you just left
for the
his
tilt
there.
factor.
Yeah, it was a
Make
little
sure
short.
they know.
Yeah.
Thank you for attempting the discount. But
350.
Raise 350,000.
Oh, sorry.
All right, Edengren back to his old aggressive ways, which is great. I see a call
Calls
here
at 350. Heads up.
every time. Doesn't want to get involved in a big pot without any low equity. Good flop for both players. Edengren with the 3-5 low draw and the gut shot wheel draw. Juvancic with top 2 and a
Calls
gut shot
500.
to Broadway.
Bet was 500, called. Jack on the turn here.
I don't know if I like this
Check,
check from Juvancic. You just have such good blockers to the high equity. And you can charge all the low draws. That seemed like a perfect turn card to barrel as Juvancic.
Edengren checked back. Juvancic checking a full house here on the end, and Edengren knows that he's probably going to have to barrel at this, and he is. He's just going to get hit with some bad news, though.
Right. If you take this line as Juvancic, you gotta. I think you gotta go for the check raise on the end.
Small check raise too. Bet is 700K from Edengren, up to 1.5 million from Juvancic, and that gets it done.
Yeah, it was a snap 1.5. There was no thought behind that, which definitely indicates strength. Obviously, with 8 high, or with, I guess he had a pair of threes. With a pair of threes, you can't beat anything.
Small big.
160.
160.
160.
Juvancic has over half of the chips in play at this point. Making up with another pretty looking hand.
Pulse a 160 option.
Ooh, and Edengren finds a couple of aces here.
Check. Heads up.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Where's all the money in the pot, guys? What's going on here? 10, 9, 6, couple of hearts, 1 club. Juvancic starts us off with the check.
Check.
Edengren checks back. 6 on the turn. Pairs the board.
I mean, you have to bet aces at this point.
Yeah.
Check.
Especially since you have the ace of hearts.
300K is the wager. That gets it done.
That could have been
Yeah,
a
could have
confrontation.
been a lot worse for, I mean, with the way that the board ran out for Juvancic. Had he raised pre-flop, got hit with a 3-bet, called, whatnot. If you would like to take your game to the next level, head on over to shop.pokergo.com to pick up some official merch. We have PokerGo merch. We've got merch from some of the best and favorite brands in the game, such as High Stakes Poker, No Gamble, No Future. There's PokerGo Tour merch over at shop.pokergo.com, so check it out today. You are watching the final 3 players here in event number 43 at the 2024 World Series of Poker. This was a $1,500 buy-in mixed Omaha Hi-Lo tournament. 3 games in rotation: PLO Hi-Lo, Omaha Hi-Lo, and then Big O. My name is Donnie Peters. I am joined by 4-time gold bracelet winner Kevin Gerhardt.
I'm surprised it's event 43 already. We're kind of deep. People have been saying, "Oh, we're still early in the summer," but
Yeah.
we're getting up there.
Yeah, event 43. There are 99 live gold bracelet events on the schedule. A whole bunch of others online as well. But you kind of judge the length of the summer by the live gold bracelet schedule. So we're approaching that halfway point. Of course, once we hit July 3rd and that WSOP main event kicks off, you know, that tournament just drags on. It's 2 weeks long. It is.
Yeah.
It really is a gauntlet. So that takes up a large portion of the back half of the schedule. But yeah, you know, I almost feel like a couple days ago I thought we were still early, but I've now like switched, and I'm like, you know, we're at the halfway point.
Right.
This, you know, we're
is.
right smack dab in the middle of it all.
Yep. I've already gotten to play some of my favorite tournaments and bust some of my favorite tournaments. You played any online events?
I have not. No, I just haven't had time.
I haven't either. I haven't really played the new software either.
I am excited for the new software. Right before the summer, WSOP.com announced a big update to their software in combination with welcoming Michigan into the player pool. So it's now Michigan, Nevada, and New Jersey all within one player pool. Pennsylvania is still on the outside looking in, but hopefully they join, you know, in the next few years or so. But yeah, I've played online on WSOP.com for years, ever since the site debuted, and the software has been due for an upgrade, that's for sure. So, and the new software that has come in, it allows for new variants. You can have multi-flight tournaments, you can have mystery bounties, you can have PKOs, all that sort of stuff. So I'm very excited to get in the mix with that. For me, it'll probably be after the summer. Just don't get that much time to play and whatnot. So, but I am very much looking forward to it. It's been a long time coming to get that upgrade. I know a lot of people have liked it.
I haven't played, but I've seen gameplay. It looks like a video game.
Yeah.
More so than a poker site.
Definitely. I mean, which is, the best software out there these days, GG Poker, Poker Stars, etc. It is like more video game-like.
Yeah. Right.
I can't tell if that was a good dig.
Do the button. Correct?
Yeah.
These final 3 players are guaranteed just over $91,000 in prize money. Second place worth $131,000, and then first place, the coveted WSOP Gold Bracelet plus $197,000. These players came from a field of 835 entries.
I was 2 of those.
There you go. Did you play the double board bomb pot?
Yes, I did. Unfortunately, I did not enjoy the tournament.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if it was because there was no limit hold'em in it, or I don't know. I just didn't get the feeling that they did the double board bomb pot variation justice. Like, I didn't like the hold'em double board bomb pot. I think that's.
I mean, we covered the final table yesterday, Remco and I, and all the double board bomb pots, it seemed like the players were being very, very passive on them, which was one thing. Not that I particularly care, but I think viewers and like seeing the chat and whatnot, I think just the idea of double board bomb pot gives you an idea of action. And then you see it, and there's not a lot of action. So
everyone's afraid of monsters in the closet where they don't exist.
It's almost like, the old adage in poker, don't go broke in a limped pot. I feel like that's how people were approaching it.
Yeah.
And there were some players who were attacking, and I feel like they benefited a lot from it. Well, if no one's going to bet it, I'm going to bet at it.
Right.
The no limit hold'em bomb pots specifically were very interesting because Omaha is different. There's a lot of different combinations of starting hands and hole cards, and you can connect with the 2 different boards in different ways. Hold'em, I mean, you really just connect with one board. It's hard to connect with both at the same time. So knowing that, it's like it just breeds less action in general. So that particular part of the bomb pots was interesting. So
and most people haven't experienced bomb pots or just played enough to understand how aggressive you need to be.
Yeah.
And the power of betting small, right? People just don't do it. They think, oh, I have to pot it or I have to bet big to deny equity.
Yeah.
Like, no, it's just not necessary.
All of that said, first time at the World Series of Poker, and it drew more than drew more than 1,300 entries. So we'll see if it returns. I think so, given that turnout, and then 2, maybe some tweaks to the structure, how it's played. We can see how that is going forward. If it was just a straight Pot-Limit Omaha double board bomb pot, I think that could work. I think most of the times I haven't played many bomb pots in my life. I don't play that much cash anymore. But as you see, Edengren here firing.
Player bets 1.2 million.
Yeah, that ace on the turn was such a good card for Edengren, having the second best low with the 5-3.
Yeah, tough spot here now for Juvancic. He did connect with that ace.
Yeah, he has ace-queen for aces with a queen and then a live 4.
Yeah,
he didn't really want to see that ace on the turn. He wanted to see a queen or a 5 on the turn.
Yeah. No, but yeah, all the bomb pots that I'm accustomed to just seeing or hearing about is always PLO.
Yeah.
Right. So maybe there's just a straight PLO bomb pot game or tournament next year. Who knows? But we'll see. We shall
New
see.
game is Omaha 8 or better. Limits are 150, 300. Sorry, blinds are 150, 300.
Switching games right now. Omaha Hi-Lo 8 or better. This is a limit game, but the limit games tend to play a little bit larger than one might expect. So if you're going to step away thinking that there might not be action, I wouldn't really go anywhere because usually there is some action.
First man.
For those of you joining us recently, we did lose 17-time gold bracelet winner Phil Hellmuth in 4th place. He took home a little over $64,000 for what was his 73rd WSOP final table. Hellmuth, the most decorated player in WSOP history. But he's going to have to wait for number 18. And he'll have 55 events or so left to try and get that next one.
Plus some online events, plus probably Bahamas.
Are we sure these limits are right?
150, 300,
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Race to 300,000.
How do,
It's a call.
you know, I would guess that when you're playing 8-handed, you definitely want to try and play two-way hands. But as things condense and 8 gets shorter, can you go more one way, mostly towards high?
You want to play more high ends. That's exactly correct. As it gets shorter, it's harder to make a low, and it's harder to make. It's even harder to make the nut low. It's even harder to make a hand that you really want to go to war with on the low side, where it's easier to make a hand that you do want to go to war with on the high side. All right, so Queen Jack 10-9 seems like a very reasonable candidate, short-handed, especially in position.
Queen 9-5 here, rainbow.
That's exactly the flop you wanted.
Yep, top 2 for Edengren. He also has the open-ended straight draw.
Play back 300,000.
Juvancic's going to check call here. Not going to go anywhere just yet.
And as we see, we're already on. We're only reaching the turn now, and there's already 2.1 million chips in the middle.
It's Jack of clubs on the turn. I'm assuming Juvancic would like to see a low card out there.
Yes, especially a low heart.
Yep. He's going to check fold here. More aggression from Edengren, who got a flop and a turn that he really likes. So he chips up a little bit, is now up over 7 million. And don't look now, but he's closing that gap quite nicely with him and Juvancic over there. Juvancic was up over 11 million not too long ago. Is now just below 9 million. Still out in front though, still plenty of action, but as Kevin pointed out there, these limit games, I mean, you blink, there's 3 million in the middle. I mean, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, exactly. And then you see one player scoop the pot, and their chip stack kind of skyrockets.
Yep. Ace Jack 7-6 here for Juvancic. He's going to limp in from the small. 8-8-5-3 for our man out of Sweden. Checks.
Very fair fight until that happens.
Oh, somebody knocks the camera.
Yeah.
Queen Jack 8 here. Check, check. 9 on the turn.
I'm wondering why Edengren is checking back such strong hands. Is he trying to get his opponent to fall into a trap? I mean,
It feels to me more like just kind of pot control.
Pot control.
Like he doesn't want to just kind of bloat pots.
I mean, he did give Juvancic a chance at a heart on the turn.
Juvancic does give it up.
Going in the hand 4.
More chips for Edengren as he continues to close that gap. some people in the chat asking what time they stop tonight. Unsure? I know the players were discussing it earlier. I don't know if a firm decision has been made, but if we get any information, we'll let you know. If not, we're going to be here and we're going to ride it out. Yesterday, we saw the double board bomb pot tournament go till like 3:20 a.m. I think, something like that.
Buckle up.
Yeah, they were like 6 minutes before the hard stop, before they were going to bag it up and come back for today. But then a big clash happened.
Much better flop for a Seidensticker than Edengren here. Flopped a pair with a flush draw and a gut shot and a okay low draw. Edengren only flopping a pair of sixes. Emergency 8 low draw if need be. Does check fold on the flop.
And number 5.
Coming up tomorrow on PokerGo, we will have day 2 coverage of the $100,000 high roller tournament. They wrapped up day 1 today with 95 entries, which is already ahead of the total field size from last year. All these high roller tournaments have been just crushing numbers year over year. Last year was 93 when Jans Arens won a little over 2.5 million. This year they're already up to 95. There is going to be a couple hours of late reg tomorrow, so people can get into the mix. Henrik Hecklund bagged the day 1 chip lead. Ben Tollering second. Nick Petrangelo is third. Jared Blesnick's up there. Jeremy Osmus, Brian Kim, Justin Saliba. So all the stars are out.
There's some big stacks. It started with 600K, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Some big stacks up there.
Yeah, so we'll have 2 straight days of coverage on PokerGo.com. We'll be bringing you day 2 action tomorrow, and then on Thursday we'll be bringing you the final table. Also on Thursday, we'll be bringing you the final table, the $1,500 monster stack. There was more than 8,700 entries in that tournament, more than $1 million up top to the winner. Tim Riley bagged the largest stack to end today's play. I believe there's right around 40 players remaining. 55 players remaining. Martin Cabral.
Oh no.
Narrowly edged out Tim Riley. Martin Cabral. I guess he's missing the 100K because he's stuck in this thing.
$1,500.
Yeah, Martin Cabral just cruising. Tim Riley's in there. Let me see who else. Josh Payne, and I bring that name up because if you watched the WSOP main on that last year, the massive 3-way clash when Daniel Weinman hit the jack, Joshua Payne was the player with the kings in that hand. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So he's still in there. John Duthie, the legendary John Duthie, is still in the mix. So that'll be a fun one. Somebody's going to take home more than $1 million, which is just freaking wild.
Yeah.
Juvancic has picked up a couple pots recently here and stretched out that chip lead once again. Now Edengren and Seidensticker are very close. And Seidensticker's going to get a walk here.
All right, hand number 8.
This tournament, $1,500 mixed Omaha Hi-Lo, 835 entries. The final 3 right here. Phil Hellmuth finishing in 4th place.
I know you don't play
Yeah,
many
but sure.
mixed
You want
events,
to break
but
the
the
film
win
out,
this
didn't you?
year did something that I really like. If you get down to the final 3, you only play 6 hands of each game. And when you get down to the final 2, you only play 4 hands of each game, as opposed to 8 the entirety of the tournaments.
Well, that's something that I've always thought is a long time overdue. And what I mean is, when you get down to a final table, I think not only in mixed games the length of each rotation based on hands, also the level time I think should be dynamic.
Sure.
You don't need to play an hour level when there's 3 people left.
Right, I agree.
You can, and I'm not saying go down to 10 minutes, but you can, let's say every elimination you cut 5 minutes off the level or something like that. So it's just a little bit more dynamic. I think it would make things overall better. It wouldn't make things drag on and on and on, which is just good for business, I think.
Was it Triton that if you got heads up, the hour-long levels went to 30 minutes? I think some.
Yeah, and I think we cut
tour.
them on the PokerGO tour for the stuff in the studio. I think we might go
that's
down.
Great.
So yeah, I mean, I think that's fine, and I think it should also apply, for the games in a rotation. Not saying anything crazy or drastic, but you can take a hand off if you're playing 8 hands in a rotation. You can play 7 or 6 or whatever it is. Stuff like that I think is totally fine.
Right. Yeah. If you have 3 players playing a no-limit final table and everyone has 30 blinds, it's going to go pretty quickly.
Yeah.
If you're playing a 3-handed Big O tournament and everyone has 30 blinds, it's going to drag out for quite a while unless you get 2 very specific hands to clash and one person scoops the pot. These players will not be committing ICM suicide. They're very, very passive. See, like this hand on the button, I would definitely raise this hand 3-handed.
Yeah,
just
I
because
think
your
Juvancic.
opponents.
I think Juvancic
I had
will.
80 out there last hand.
Should be.
Oh,
81, 60,
that's
60.
That's 60.
Well, he's wrong.
Okay.
So it's 80.
Yeah, 81,
Yeah.
61, 60.
Sorry.
That's what I was confused on. Sorry.
Play race 325,000.
There is the raise from Juvancic, 325. Edengren's out of the way, but Seidensticker is coming along. We are playing Big O now. Queen 9-9 Rainbow.
Pretty good flop for the Kings.
Check here. Jack on the turn.
Oh boy, Jack for the gut shot straight for Seidensticker now.
Yeah, that 10-8 in his hand now being played. Check once again. Almost 900K out there. 10 on the river.
Seidensticker still has the straight, but only to the queen. Juvancic decides not to try to bluff with his 2 kings in his hand.
10-8.
I think just a small bet on the flop goes such a long way.
Good hand. We're ending in 20 minutes.
Well, sounds like we're ending in 20 minutes.
Okay.
Guess I'm glad I didn't bet the turn. You're not going anywhere. I was kind of trapping on that flop.
So it does sound like there's about 20 minutes left in this level.
160, right?
And then the players will bag up for the day. Could also end before then. You never know. Could get out of here before then with the winner, but we'll see. And then players will return tomorrow to finish this one out.
Phone's good. All right, hand him before this game. Thank you.
I'll be curious to see how these final 20 minutes go. My gut tells me that they're going to play a little bit more snug because there's kind of that finish line.
Right.
It's like, okay, I only have to make it 20 more minutes, and then I can come back well rested, haven't played for 10, 12 hours, whatever it's been today, and then I can battle on for a bracelet. So curious to see how these final few minutes go here. Seidensticker should be raising this one though. Ace, king, jack, 4 deuce.
Yeah, this is definitely a hand that could cause a confrontation. We'll see if any of the other two players pick up with anything that they want to have a confrontation with.
350,000.
That is not a hand. One more attempt. Okay.
Here we go.
Wow.
Ace, queen, 10-5 deuce for Edengren out of the big blind. And he calls. So here we go.
These are two hands that definitely could have gone to war against each other.
Pretty big flop.
Yeah,
Jack,
huge
5,
flop.
3.
Huge flop. Seidensticker flops top pair with the wheel wrap, uncounterfeitable nut low draw. Edengren flops the nut flush draw with a pair of 5s and the nut low draw. We might actually see some fireworks on this hand. Neither player is going to fold on this flop.
Edengren starts things off with a check, and Seidensticker comes with 300K.
Yeah, he says he raises the
Yeah.
pot. I mean, neither player is going anywhere on this flop. I think they're just going to be all in, and we'll see who wins. This is the confrontation we were looking for.
Should be 1,800,000 and, or sorry, 1,540,000.
Yeah, that's true. 840.
Yeah, 1,830,000.
No, 1,840,000. Okay.
I mean, look at these equities. They're just so close.
All right, let's go all in.
There we go.
Roll in.
Seidensticker repots it.
Pots all in. Player calls.
Edengren calls, and here we go. 12.5 million out there, out of nowhere.
Flush price, dude.
Less than 20 minutes away from the next day.
Got
Edengren and Seidensticker are going to play for it all here.
I don't know.
These two are extremely close in chips. If our graphics are correct, Edengren has him covered by 100K, which is incredible here. So there is a ton on the line right now.
I was going to text you, but I figured you're probably playing something. And
Så har jag en 5 också. Fast han har en knäckt. Jag behöver ett hjärta. Eller en dam.
It's 3 hearts, I have 1 heart.
All 3 players here standing up. We have a turn and a river to come.
I mean, all 3 players here want there to be one winner in this pot.
What do you want? You want no cards? No hearts.
This is a split pot game, so we could be chopping this one up at the end.
What do I want?
you guys are pretty close in chips, right?
10, queen, hearts.
This is a huge moment for a lot of money, a lot of real life dollars.
10 of clubs here on the turn.
Clubs maybe. Nu tokleder jag. Ingen klöver.
Wow, equity is exactly 47% for each player to win the high.
Han har jävligt mycket out alltså. Han har sjukt mycket out.
7 of hearts on the river.
3/4.
So that's going to give 3/4 to Edengren. He's going to have the flush for the high, the nut flush, the ace queen of hearts. He's also going to play that ace deuce. There is the gator clap from Edengren. Seidensticker is going to get a quarter with an ace deuce of his own.
Wow, massive, massive confrontation. Seidensticker losing half of his stack down to 3.2 million chips. Still 20 big blinds, but that's a big hit to his stack. There was no getting away from it from either player. Just two massive hands.
Det blir hur bra som helst. Ja, jag är ju skitnöjd med en kvart av dem där. Han har ju typ så här halva kortleken för att vinna det mesta, va? Alla klöver och... Ja, precis.
Wait, does he have me covered?
With that pot, Magnus Edengren is going to move into the chip lead, up over 9 million now for him.
This is your hand. No, this is your hand. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take that hand.
I got half of it.
Yeah, he gets 3/4 of mine.
You get half of this. And
Yeah.
3/4 in the middle. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me make sure you have a cup.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's not sure.
That's 2 million.
Again, these players were extremely close in chip stacks to start this hand, so
That's 4 million.
gonna verify the counts before
watch any of the stream, or you were sleeping?
sending any of the chips either way.
Hellmuth.
Edengren's gonna end up with 3/4 of the pot. Seidensticker's gonna be left with a quarter of it.
He's 10-10 board with 3, 4, 5, 6, and I bet the turn.
Probably a bit frustrating if you're a Seidensticker. Just seeing what happened when the money went in, you probably figure you might get half the pot. Gonna be left with a quarter instead.
But yeah, it's, right.
5.8. 5.8. That's 100,000. So 5.8.
No, that was
6
9.
million.
Bratwurst.
Bratwurst. The Bratwurst is back.
He was
Still
eating
talking
like a
about
corn on the cob. He was eating from the middle.
6 million.
He was eating. That's a great way. It's a great way to describe what Phil Hellmuth was eating. Like corn on the cob. Still breaking down these stacks here. I'm curious if they pause the clock or not.
I can tell you they do not.
He left it here too. He didn't even take it.
Of course he left it. What do you think Phil Hellmuth is going to clean up his bratwurst? I mean, come on.
So I got half.
How much do you think we could sell that for on eBay? I'll go 50-50 with you.
Oh.
But hey, look at what it looks
Phil
like.
Hellmuth's
from the inside.
bratwurst on stream.
He ate like from the like a corn on the cob.
3,000, 3,050,000.
3,550,000.
Is that more or less egregious than the sandwich?
There's 2 million.
I mean, the sandwich was out of control.
Okay,
I mean,
alright.
and it was also like, one, I'm pretty sure I blacked out when I like yelled about it. It was also like so late at night. It was like 2 or 3 in the morning, I feel like, because there was another stream that had happened, and then Phil Hellmuth was making the run in that tournament. We were like, we scrambled to make that stream happen, and got him up there, and then he was starving, so he sent his, I believe, his wife to go get food, and she found this roast beef sandwich or whatever, and then he just,
6,100,000.
I mean, went into it like an absolute savage, and it was just so like, just out of nowhere the way he just went into it that I was just like, oh my god. So yeah, it was wild.
Yeah, it wasn't.
And now
like,
also
No,
like
that's not right.
I almost expect him to eat like a
That would
total
be 7
savage.
million.
That like I'm not really surprised.
Right.
Like I'm not. Yes, I'm surprised he bit into the middle of that bratwurst like it was corn on the cob, but I'm actually not really surprised because that's just what he does.
psychopaths.
Yeah.
That puts you to 6.1 million.
Normal people eat bun to bun, right? You don't go for. He like lifted up the bun and went directly
No, he
for the
went like
meat,
right into the middle.
right into the
Yeah.
middle of it. It was so
he
weird.
didn't even bite the bun. And then his second bite, he unloaded the entire pack of ketchup in like a whole 1 square inch area,
Right.
and just bit into that part. I mean, he's. And then out of the whole thing, had the audacity to say, "Some people think I look cute when I eat." I mean, like, he's not a real person.
Nope.
But that's what makes him so great. Is he's just not a real person.
Worst position.
That's one thing about big O hands. When I played this tournament, we had a 3-way all-in. I was involved in this all-in. Dealer comes to our table and says, "Hey guys, this is my first time dealing poker.
What a cooler flop for
Not
poker.
dealing big O,
None
dealing
of the
poker."
others
Oh wow. Okay.
And his first hand of big O was a 3-way all-in with 3 different stacks. And on the river, there were 2 highs and 3 lows.
Oh man.
I was very lucky that the table just let me reach my hands into the pot and chop
Yeah.
it up faster than the dealer could have ever imagined. Like, I get it. I can tell the dealer what to do.
Yeah.
But the table is just like, just do it.
Yeah,
Just
no,
get
of
in
course.
there. So I just stacked all the pot myself, and then chopped it up, and everyone was happy, and we saved like 15 minutes of our lives, at least.
So 80 for me.
Yes, sir.
So everything did get squared away with the chip stacks. You guys can see the new leaderboard at the top of your screen, presented by our friends at Monkey Tilt. Edengren takes the chip lead, more than 9.3 million for him. Juvancic is second with 8.7.
I will say, if our graphics are correct, which they're most of the time, I think they're spot on. Whoever is controlling the chip stacks from back in our booth, hats off. Seriously.
Yeah, it's not easy. I mean,
You have to do so much math and calculations and pay attention to everything and make sure that you're getting 3/4 of this pot, 3/4 of that pot, half of this stack.
Yep.
That's impressive. Then you have people that don't even stack in 20s. Freaking psychopaths, man. They're everywhere.
Edengren here on the button. Ace Jack 9 7 deuce.
Easy raise. 350. Nailed it.
350,000.
Seidensticker looks interested here.
Yeah, and he immediately starts counting out chips. Yeah, I don't think he's done this and then folded. I think most of the time he's just going to say pot. Nope, he does go for call.
I don't know his cards yet, but we'll get the graphic reader on them once again.
2 deuces in this hand is kind of interesting.
350, right?
Yes, sir. I got 3 players.
I like the call. You're definitely getting the right odds to put the money in. Just depends on how well you play post flop.
Ace King 3, all clubs.
Really good flop for the deuce deuce 4. You can represent a lot. We know where 3 of the deuces are. Seidensticker probably doesn't have a deuce in his hand.
Action checks around. 6 of hearts.
That's exactly the card that he wanted to see. No one has taken a huge interest in this pot, and we have uncounterfeitable nut-low with a straight draw.
Seidensticker starts this one out with a lead, 400K. Juvancic makes the call.
I think he's going to have devious intentions on the river. He just wants to keep Edengren's hand in at this point. We still don't know Seidensticker's cards. He probably has a flush, so if anything on the board changes, that doesn't really help anything. But maybe Juvancic is going to have devious intentions with deuce deuce 4. Wow, not expecting that.
So this full pot here.
This indicates a nut one way or another. So Seidensticker most likely has the queen high flush.
Ah, shit.
Oh, wow, he had the last deuce in his hand.
3 of a kind kings, 42 left.
He's got the case deuce in his hand.
King 4-2 was announced by the dealer. The case deuce and a 4 in his hand. Wow, what a hand.
2 million, you said?
Looks like King 6 4 deuce for Seidensticker.
It's in the middle.
What an insane flop.
Storpotten
I mean, Juvancic
half
is
of that, right?
very happy
Count
that
that. I have
Seidensticker
that.
lost the last hand. He only has to pay 1.6 million in this spot. Could have been much worse if it was the other way around.
2,010,000 there.
Yeah.
So 1,005,000.
Yes.
You want to throw me 28,000? I get a quarter of that pot.
Andra har mest tur, den andra är dålig. Och jag är mest skicklig.
Were these, I think...
7 minuter bra.
Worst position. Runs good.
So 3/4 for Seidensticker. Just one hand after he got quartered.
I did deuce 4-5. Or hit one of those will cards. I was worried you had exactly that.
Runs good.
Deuce 4 with like a flush.
pretty
Almost
sick
shipped.
to result like that
Almost
after
what?
you have 2 deuces
Shipped
in
it
your
clean.
hand.
I would have folded, obviously.
Edengren had a
I almost
deuce.
folded for
And
the
the
two
case
deuces.
deuce is over there with
And I had
Seidensticker.
2 deuces, so I thought maybe you didn't have deuce 4.
Yeah.
I have a 80.
80.
Wow, that was impressive. Yeah, case deuce and a 4 with a set of kings. Damn, I wonder what would have happened if he checked. I mean, obviously he's never supposed to check on that river, but he just gets the full 3/4
Yeah.
if he checks, because Juvancic is going to risk the rest of his chips.
If you would like to play in the PGT Championship $1 million free roll that's coming up at the end of the PGT season, there are multiple ways to win. Several of them are for free. Just head on over to pgt.com/dream for details. You can see the various ways to win, and you could be playing in the PGT Championship $1 million free roll at the PokerGo studio, battling alongside the likes of possibly Daniel Negreanu, Jeremy Osmus, other of plenty of heavy hitters in the game.
What are the chances we make that main event Raz instead of Hold'em?
I mean, I would never say never. I mean,
I think Maury likes playing Raz.
yeah, I
Why
mean,
not?
Maury's a stud guy for sure. So he's got to like Raz.
Limit Omaha 8 or better.
All right, so game is switching up here. Moving on over to PLO 8 or better.
No, that was over.
I believe we're looking at about 10 minutes left, maybe a little bit less than 10 minutes to finish out the day.
Give me some cards.
It looks like we're going to end the day with 3 players. They'll bag up chips. They'll come back tomorrow to finish things out. If we do lose someone, then 2 players will be heading forward to an added day 4. This tournament was originally scheduled as a 3-day event, but sometimes things take a little bit longer. Walk for Juvancic.
Yeah, once again, this game is going to be the least amount of action out of the 3.
For those interested, tomorrow PokerGo is going to be streaming day 2 coverage of the $100,000 buy-in high roller here from the World Series of Poker. Already 95 entries. It's going to be several late entries that come in during the late registration period tomorrow. So that field size will get well up over 100 entries.
Did you see the 25K on day 2? They went from 212 entries, and by the end of registration it was at 276.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's out of control.
Insane how many people are late regging or max late regging these tournaments on day 2 instead of starting on day 1. Absolutely insane.
Well, some of them do, like they fired their first bullet, then maybe they bust late in the night, like, you know what, I'll just come back tomorrow type of thing.
Yeah.
But there are certainly plenty of people that come in max late reg. Okay, so that's on Wednesday, tomorrow, or today, depending on where you're watching from right now. 100K No Limit Hold'em High Roller Day 2, and then on Thursday we'll have the final table of that 100K No Limit Hold'em High Roller. We'll also have the final table of the $1,500 Monster Stack Tournament, and then coming up on Saturday, Day 2 coverage of the $250,000 buy-in Super High Roller. So a lot of big action in the coming days from the 2024 World Series of Poker. You guys can watch all of that coverage on PokerGo.com.
You think the wife would be happy if you just risked a house in one poker tournament?
She would kill me. She already she doesn't. My wife doesn't know like a ton about poker. She knows like the basics.
Right.
And she doesn't know how much did you buy in for today? How much did you do this? And I'll tell her, and she'll be like, "You did what?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Babe, I normally don't have all of myself. Okay, I have a piece. Like I'm not just gonna be out there firing 10K into one tournament.
Right.
Like we're not in that position in life. I would love to be there, but we're not there yet. I need to win one of these things first."
Yes. Yes, I got very lucky on multiple fronts. My girlfriend doesn't ask any of those questions. She knows I've won before. She's seen me win, so she knows it's possible. But we don't really talk about wins or losses. As long as I can pay my half of the bills.
Yep.
That's all that matters.
It's got to be double.
Got to be 320.
But like I said, she's going back to school for her master's degree. So hopefully she gets that in the next couple of years and moves up in her company.
Yeah.
Life will get a little bit easier.
Of course. Yeah, if I tell my wife like how much I'm playing for in terms of like what the prize pool is, she tends to like freak out. Like she gets excited,
right,
for the potential.
Yeah.
And obviously I know that it takes a million things to happen for you to get to that point. So I'm just like,
yes.
No, we haven't. Like I haven't won anything yet. So yeah.
Yeah, she's been at all of my Bracelet final tables.
That's great.
I won one online, and she stayed up with me until like 4:30 in the morning, and she had to get up at 5:30 to go to work.
No, it's great to have that support.
Yeah, it was great. And I was like, hey, I just won 100K.
Love it. These guys right here, all guaranteed a little over $91,000. Almost 200K up top for the winner. And of course, the prestigious WSOP gold bracelet. This is the 43rd event at the 2024 World Series of Poker. 99 total live gold bracelet events on this summer schedule.
Player bet's 200,000.
I mean, I've been saying I really like the aggression, but man,
not call. Oh, call. Okay. Player calls.
Juvancic's coming here with a bet. Doesn't have much of anything, so he's just like, well, I'm not going to win, so I might as well just try and bet him off the hand.
Right. Yeah.
Edengren makes the call.
I really like the aggression. I do. It's hard for your opponent to continue on this, but I mean, I guess he didn't raise pre-flop, and now what a good turn card.
Yeah, Edengren turns king high straight, checks it back.
He's not really afraid of anything.
And he has diamonds in his hand as well, so deuce here on the river. We'll see if Juvancic wants to come betting again. I can't imagine he thinks this hand is going to be any good, so he's going to try. Yeah, he's going to try and buy it. Of course, we can see that it's not going to work.
Player calls.
Edengren makes the call. He's going to turn over that straight, and he's going to collect this pot.
And now Edengren's the one over 10 million chips.
4 o'clock tomorrow or 4:30?
Sounds good.
All right, so it does seem like that was the last hand
They say 4 o'clock tomorrow?
of today's stream. So 3 players remain. They are buying for $196,000 and the coveted gold bracelet. My name is Donnie Peters. His name alongside of me is Kevin Gerhardt. This one's going to continue tomorrow, but for tonight, we're going to call it. We're going to wrap things up. We'll be back tomorrow for more live stream coverage on PokerGo.com from the 2024 World Series of Poker. Thank you, everyone.